Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up.
Y'all, why am I hearing myself? What the hell is going on here? Did you guys have an echo this whole freaking time? Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I can't even believe anybody stuck around with that horrible echo. I apologize. Welcome to J is for Justice. My name is Jay. This is a morning stream that I'm a little bit late for. Thank you for your patience. I had kind of a weird night last night, guys. I didn't sleep well last night. I'm going to be honest. I did not sleep well. So I am here. Not sure you want to see me this morning. But we are going to go over the Stephan Sterns. Oh, no echo. Hey, Jess. Good to see you this morning. I just love Jess and Shell. Good to see you, too. And Danielle, it's awesome to see you, too. Well, I had myself playing in the background, like the intro and everything, so I'm glad you guys couldn't hear it. Good morning, Bougie, Megan May, and Stryker. Heathen. Good morning, Heathen 74. Heathen 74 has been around for a long time. See that OG next to her name? When you see an OG next to someone's name, or even a lighter, or even possibly a cucumber, it means they've been here several years. Yes, I said years.
Coming in hot, just like the fajita.
Daphne, I almost spit out my coffee. Oh my God. Melissa, look at you with the OG. See, we've been around here a long time. I don't think people realize how long some of us have been in this genre. You're packing up your office to move it all home. Thank you for subscribing, Shaikov, Bukhov, and Pavlov. I love that name. Are you Russian? Shalkov, Bukharov, and Pavlov. If you can hear me, let us know what your name means and where you're from. Yeah, your emoji's there. It's a lighter. Quinny goes back to the Patrick Frazee days. Speaking of Patrick Frazee, you know what I've had sitting on my in my files here are Patrick Frazee's jail calls. Patrick Frazee. His jail calls. I should put those out. It's another example of a weird son and mama relationship. Kind of like Roberta Laundrie and Brian and all these moms that want to cover up for their dads, or for their sons rather.
Roberta.
Okay, I'm going to get this pulled up here. All 896 pages of this Florida investigation into Stephan Sterns. Yeah, if you get a lighter, you are in like Flynn, baby. If you get yourself a lighter, you've been here a long time. Only the people that have been here for a long time, they actually get a lighter to light the old dubs. What does the explosion emoji mean by my name? That's the blood spatter that's in my emoji, or in my logo. What case was before Frazee? Watts. I just saw Turtle Girl said she's been here since the beginning of Watts. Turtle Girl, you might want to give me your contact info. I might need you as a witness one day. I'm just kidding. Oh, Pavlov's dog who used to say, oh, yeah. Pavlov's dog. Kel says she's getting a lighter. She's got the lava lamp right now. You guys start out with the little blood spatter and then you moving on up to the lava lamp. Or no, to the J. And then you move up to the lava lamp and then so on and so forth. Nope, Fraze came after Watts. What came first, the chicken or the egg? Patrick Fraze came after. Okay. Good morning, Casey. Good morning, Casey. Okay. We have this from Andrew Bain. This is Andrew Bain, the state's attorney. There's nothing after lighter. That's 48. That's 4 years or more. 4 years or more. Kel says I get the D in 2 days. Let's give her some turkeys for that one. Let's give her some turkey. What? I'm live. Can you bring me... Hold on, guys, 1 second. Can you bring me my phone? I forgot my phone out there. Hold on, I got to mute. Hold on. Okay. So this came straight from Andrew Bain, the state's attorney. And this, I want to give a shout out to the docket because he is the one that put all the work into getting this. And getting it for me and other creators so that we can, go over this with you guys. So if you're not subscribed to the docket on YouTube, you're going to want to be because he gets a lot of documents, he gets videos, he gets body cam. And if the mods could put the docket into the link into the chat, that would be great. That would be wonderful. Thank you so much. And thank you to the docket again. Okay. Let's get into this. So this is going to be a lot of pages that don't mean anything. Some of them do, some of them don't. So some of them have names. So I may have to scroll through them really fast. Good morning, Miss Nightbot. I saw you last night. You changed your name, Jax. Instead of Jackie Nightbot, you're now Jax. I got it. Thank you. Okay, so I'll be scrolling through like duplicate pages and things like that. As a matter of fact, let's go over to our boob tube. Let's go. Hey, good morning. Good morning. Let me get off this fucking camera. Okay. Not today. Not today. You guys will be able to see it better over here on the boob tube. Is that better? How's that for you guys? Okay. So if you see me suddenly like start scrolling or, whatever, I'm not going to say people's names that are not redacted just because I don't want to. I know that obviously law enforcement didn't see a problem with it. But I don't want to say these names. So we are super close, by the way. It is Thursday, June 13th. We are super close to our wheel goals. We could possibly even spin tomorrow if we meet them. Okay, here we go. June 11th of 2024. This is going to include active criminal investigation, intelligence information, or substance of confessions if applicable, attorney work product, autopsy photographs, audio recordings, and video recordings, which are not in here. Department of Motor Vehicle Information, FCIC and CIC records. We have a Form 52, which is a clinical record of medical information. Identifying information of confidential informants. Identifying information of victims of SA or child abuse. Items sealed by the court. So there is a lot of black pages. And then surveillance video camera footage. So this is like their packet. No, it won't take 18 hours, Sandwich. I skimmed through this. This might be part 1, but I skimmed through this in an hour or so. But I didn't read all of it. There's a lot of repetitive stuff, and there's a lot of blank pages. So we'll see how far we get today. Here we have the cover page of Sheriff Marcus Lopez. This is a miscellaneous report. Yes, Stephan's ex is in here. She is not redacted. I don't plan on giving out her name. I can't believe they didn't redact her name, but yeah, she knew that Stephan was sleeping in the bed with Madeline, and he mentioned an erection. So here is Osceola County Sheriff's Department statement. Whatever the officer's name is, says, I made contact with deputies who were conducting an investigation, gave them permission to go on property to do the job. Oh, this is the owner of the condo. This is the owner of the condo. The owner of the condo. Oh, let me get their information off there. Damn, their driver's license is on there too. Fuck. Florida, what are you doing? Florida, what are you doing? So that's the owner of the condo giving permission to search. And that's what that document is. Okay, the next one is going to be crime scene contamination sheet. Any and all persons entering a crime scene, including the first deputy, are required to print their name and state the reason they entered the scene in the spaces below. This is to aid in the elimination of fingerprints and footwear impressions at the scene. Interesting. So we have 17 officers who went in. The first 2 say, this might take longer now that we're analyzing this. Good morning, Granny. Good to see you. I know, that's what I said. That's why I'm not going to give out her name. Because I think there's people around on this platform and that will go wild. But if you look at the first 3 officers that were on the scene, there's no reason. And then you go down to 5 and 6, or actually 4 says forensics. 5, 6 is Kissimmee police detective. And then we go down, we have more forensics. And then on number 8, and it looks like they didn't go in there till 3-1 with a warrant. So if you look at number 8, that's homicide, forensics. And look here on 3/1/24, Jennifer Soto. went in, and it says forensics. Why the hell did she have to fill this out? And what was she going in there for? An item? Was she getting an item for scent? Good morning, Justice. Weird. Then we have 13. The medical examiner is going in there. Well, this is, I think this is the home. Because that's where the warrant came from, right? This is their condo or apartment. Medical examiner transporter was there? Oh, Hickory Tree Road. I'm sorry. I'm confused. My bad. Let's go backwards. This is the guy. This is where she was found. I'm sorry. Let's go back. You're right. That's where they found her. This is the man that reported and let them go on the property. My bad. This is not the owner of the condo. I'm confused. I was confused. This is where she was found. So they had Jennifer Soto at the crime scene. What's up with that? Because this is the scene where they were found, where she was found. See, 5670 Hickory Tree Road, St. Cloud. So the first one to go in was Lori S. Swan and Mario Lopez, the sheriff. Because remember, Mario Lopez actually leaked that picture accidentally. So then they had forensics, Kissimmee police, and then they had Jennifer Soto. What do you think? Did she have to identify her in the bushes? That's what I'm wondering, Natalie. Do you think that she had to identify the body? They would bring her to the scene? It was her birthday? OMG. No, not AC Slater. Wow. That's pretty crazy. Oh, I know. When that stupid sheriff put that on, I was like, are you kidding me? Come on. So these are the responding officers to that scene. Wait, look at Jennifer Soto is in this list. It says deputy report. Is there a deputy with that name? Hold on, y'all. I got to go let my dog in. I'm so sorry. Not AC Slater. Do you think that she had to identify, you guys? What did you guys come up with? Would they usually bring a mom to the scene, though? Or wouldn't they normally have her, like, identify at the morgue? Maybe there's another Jennifer Soto, because Soto's like Smith. And Jennifer's like Jennifer. Wait, hold on. Huh. Strange. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, so this is St. Cloud. Let's see, supplement. Upon arrival, I provided scene security. This is still the scene. Due to an ongoing investigation, I completed a crime scene log for all people entering the scene. Contact was made with the homeowner, who provided a sworn written statement and completed a consent to search affidavit. Okay, here we go. Crime scene. This is written by the crime scene analyst supervisor on 3/5. On 3/1 at approximately 14:30 hours. Thank you, Melissa B. I was contacted by Major Hinderman and requested to respond to the American Classic Charter School, located at 2395 Hickory Tree Road, St. Cloud, Florida, to assist with the search for a missing juvenile as an assist to Kissimmee PD. Upon arrival, I was tasked with identifying areas of interest to search on a map based on tips received and video footage obtained. At approximately 1600 hours, I was contacted by Lieutenant Yeager, who advised he was sending a male in a white truck to the command post to give me information regarding a possible area of interest. At 1605, I was contacted by Mr. Blank. He advised he had seen the news conference earlier and wanted to report a possible sighting of the suspect vehicle from Monday, February 26, 2024. He stated he saw the suspect vehicle, a silver sedan, pulled off Hickory Tree Road, and a subject with a tire iron in his hand. Oh my God. And a subject with a tire iron in his hand, wearing a black shirt and green hat on backwards. And you're going to see that's a signature for Stephan Sterns as we read through this, the backwards hat. He was wearing a black shirt and green hat on backwards, standing near the vehicle, and he had made eye contact with the subject. He stated he was not exactly sure of the time, but it was around 13:20 in the afternoon. So that's 1:20 in the afternoon. I asked him if he would mind stepping out of his vehicle and showing me a map of the exact location. Using my agency-issued laptop, I pulled up a satellite view of Hickory Tree Road around L. Britton Road, and he navigated the map to the location where he saw the subject on February 26, 2024. He also shared via airdrop photos he later emailed to Kissimmee PD. The location provided by him was passed along. I was also contacted by Detective Lorazano while on scene at the command post. He advised he had collected video from 4085 Malawai Trail, St. Cloud, and asked if I could have it reviewed for a sighting on the vehicle. I watched 3 of the time frames he provided and found a possible match to a suspect vehicle traveling north on Hickory Tree Road in one of the clips attached to the email. And the time frame was 1356 to 1405. That clip containing the vehicle was forwarded to Kissimmee PD. I advised Kissimmee PD that I didn't watch further, but there was additional video. Should they want to reach out to the resident at that address. Here's another supplement by Sergeant Swan. On March 1st, this agency received information that a possible suspect involved in a missing person case was in Osceola County. The suspect was seen by a witness in the area of 5670 Hickory Tree Road in St. Cloud, changing a tire. The witness pointed to the area on a map where he saw the vehicle parked off the side of the road. Captain M and I arrived in the scene approximately 16:28 hours. I noticed locked gates on the east and west of the road. Knowing the area and the property owner, I called the property owner. He advised he was 2 minutes away. He unlocked both gates and gave us full permission to enter his property. He explained how to lock the gates once we were done. He left, returning to work. Later, after providing consent, he signed a consent to search his properties and completed a sworn written statement. They entered the property on the west side of Hickory Tree Road. We walked to the north for a few minutes near round hay bales covered in plastic. Then we went to the left, south side of the gate, where there is a long line of tall bamboo trees. The captain noticed just a few feet into the bamboo tree line what appeared to be blue jeans. The body was laying on the left side in somewhat of a fetal position. It appeared that the body was covered by pieces of hay or dry grass. Based on my training and experience, it was apparent this was a human body. I did not see any signs of life. I could clearly see flies covering the body. Unbelievable. I'm telling you, you're going to have a whole new set of hatred for Stephan Sterns when this is over. It's horrible. Captain M and I walked out of the gate and used crime scene tape to secure the scene. Deputy Chris Johnson responded to assist, and a crime scene log was started. Please see Donna Sita's supplement for witness information. So then we have call detail report. And this is just showing who arrived when. But, for people that think that they're, cops don't do anything. I mean, look at all of this. 896 pages. This is just a bunch of scanner, I think. Is positive. That's it's just tips coming in, I guess. But then we have all of these too, all the unit history. Signature affidavit of S. Swan. Okay, so now here we have a property evidence form. Oops. Yeah, there's somebody on the investigation with Soto. Because look, it says recovered by, and it says F.T. Soto. Jay, we all hated Stephan Sterns to begin with. I have more hatred for Jenn. Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. So they have tire fragment from marker 1 and tire fragment from marker 2 and scene photographs. Yeah, see, look at reporting deputy. There's a freaking Jennifer Soto. Look, no doubt. She's deputy number 3184. It's not a joke. It's not a joke. She wasn't out there to identify. Look. Deputy. And then we have here, I thought this was interesting. Faro scans. They use the Faro. It sounds to me like they use that Faro on every freaking crime scene because they used Faro at Sebastian Rogers, too. If you're not sure what Faro is, it's where they use the scanners to make a 3D rendition of a scene. You know, they put them outside and they're on like tripods. And you see that the FBI deputies or whatever, you know, whoever does that. That is pretty weird, though, isn't it? That there's a Jennifer Soto deputy. But I'm telling you, Jennifer is a super popular name. It's my name, Jennifer. And Soto is like Smith. It's very common. So, especially in Florida here. We have a lot of Sotos. I mean, even in, I think, Orlando area, there's I want to say there's like a clerk or something that's a Soto in this same county. It doesn't mean they're related. I don't know. It doesn't mean they're related, though. Jennifer loves horses. Do you guys think that she's going to get arrested?
Jennifer loves horses.
Yeah, it's really popular. So now we have major case prints collected from blank. Another signature affidavit. Incident report, which has nothing on it. You're going to see, though, that Stephan Sterns had a pistol, too. This is the original incident report. I think we've already read this. Yeah, we've already read that. Okay, here's the interview with Stephan Sterns. This is the background of the incident report. Here's the interview with Stephan Sterns. On February 27th, 2024, Detective Acosta and I conducted a digitally recorded sworn interview with Stephan Sterns at blank. Below is a synopsis of his statement. Let me zoom in on this a little bit. Good morning, everybody who is just joining in. Good morning, good morning. We are going through the Stephan Sterns doc drop. Hopefully y'all can see that okay. Okay, Stephan currently resides in Northport, Florida, but comes to Kissimmee, Florida occasionally to spend time with Madeline and Jenn. On February 25th, 2024, at approximately 20:45 hours, so that would be 8:45, I think, Stephan arrived at blank and blank's residence, which is Maddie and Jenn, located at blank. When he arrived, Jenn was still at work. This is Stephan Sterns' story now. Jenn was still at work, and he directed Madeline to get ready for bed. Once Jenn arrived, she informed Stephan and Madeline she would like to sleep in and directed them to sleep upstairs in the guest room. The following morning, Stephan and Madeline woke up at approximately 7 to 7:15 to get a, quote, early start so they could purchase food from McDonald's before school. Madeline and he left the residence between 7:30 and 7:45 and headed towards the McDonald's. And that McDonald's is at 14001 Town Loop Boulevard in Orlando. On the way to McDonald's, Madeline slept the entire time, and once in the area, Stephan asked her if she still wanted McDonald's, to which she stated she did not. Stephan drove past McDonald's, headed towards the school. Stephan dropped Madeline off on the right side of the road near the community south of State Road 417 overpass between 8:20 and 8:40. According to Stephan, Madeline was going through a, quote, phase, which led her to be embarrassed of his vehicle and did not like to be dropped off at the school in it. Madeline then informed Stephan she was going to go hang out with her friends, and Stephan did not question it since it was not unusual for kids to hang out before school. Stephan let Madeline out of the vehicle and told her to, quote, "Have a good day, I love you," to which she replied, quote, "Thanks, love you too." Stephan turned around and watched in the rearview mirror as Madeline, quote, "rummaged" through her backpack as she walked in the direction of the school. Stephan assumed Madeline was looking for headphones, but later realized she had forgotten her phone. Stephan dropped Madeline off for school. According to Stephan, he dropped her off on the sidewalk at the intersection of Lilac Cove Lane and Townloop Boulevard. Stephan stated this was maybe the 5th or 6th time he had dropped her off, and it was common for her to be asked to be dropped off near the school. According to Stephan, Madeline enjoyed the cold weather, and at the time he dropped her off, she was wearing her hoodie. I asked Stephan if he pulled into the McDonald's plaza, to which he advised he did not, because she did not want McDonald's. I then asked if at any point he made a U-turn, and Stephan said he made a U-turn at the church parking lot to try and, quote, sell her on McDonald's one more time, because he was still hungry. Why not just drop her off and get food? Because that's not what he wanted. He didn't want McDonald's, y'all. This is some nasty shit. Annie, welcome in. Good to see you. This is some nasty, nasty shit. I think McDonald's is a code or something because Jenn mentions McDonald's too. He reports back to Jenn and says she didn't want it. So what was he really offering her that she didn't want? That's what I'd like to know. Detective Acosta showed Stephan a map that showed the school and McDonald's and asked Stephan to show him on the map his direction of travel. Stephan stated he was bad at reading maps. We heard this audio, remember, guys? But he believed that he came across Townloop Boulevard. Stephan then stated when he drives to the school, he usually takes John Young Parkway and makes a left when he sees the McDonald's on the same road the school is on. According to Stephan, he uses landmarks to get to the school because he does not know street names. Stephan again stated Madeline said no to McDonald's and they had, quote, time to kill. Therefore, he made a U-turn, quote, probably by the church, and asked her if she wanted McDonald's again. When he dropped her off, Stephan asked her if it was okay for her to stay this early, and Madeline reassured him it was, and that she wanted to wait for her friends to get there. Stephan told her to, quote, have a good day, and I loved her, and she said, quote, loved me too. See, there we go. Second time he's told them in a statement that she said she loved him, and he said he loved her. And you know what we've heard about that is usually parents don't say that. They don't repeat that. They don't need to say, oh, she told me she loved me. So it's almost like he's trying to get across a narrative, you know, that he had this father-daughter relationship with Madeline when he didn't. Oh, I feel terrible for her too, Danielle. He could see in his rearview mirror her walking towards the direction of the school as she rummaged through her backpack. After leaving the area of Madeline's school, Stephan went to the local vape shop because he needed more vape juice. Of course he did. The vape shop was not open yet, therefore he went back to his residence. That could be, Trisha, like a goodbye. It was not open yet, therefore he went back to his residence. So he went back to the apartment, even though he said he didn't live there. He said he went back home at 10 o'clock. He hung out with Jenn. I thought Jenn needed to sleep in. He hung out with Jenn for a little while, and approximately an hour later, so he, you guys are going to be so mad because I think he had Madeline in the car. He hung out with Jenn for a little while, and approximately an hour later, he went to the vape shop. At this time, the vape shop was open, and he was able to purchase the item he needed. At around 11, Stephan went back to his residence and hung out with Jenn again. I asked Stephan, I think it's Jenn, unless they had a roommate there. I should just say blank. Hung out with blank again. I asked Stephan if blank was home the first time he returned, to which he stated, quote, yes, I think so. Yes, it is Jenn. Then stated he was not sure because she had a blood appointment at some point during the day and apologized, stating, quote, sorry, everything is a blur. Stephan then stated he believed she was home because she was trying to sleep in as much as she could because she was, quote, messed up with her work schedule. I asked Stephan if he recalled what time he went to the vape shop. He believed around 11 o'clock, stating it was only a 10-minute drive. Stephan stated the shop was called, quote, E-Smoker Online Vape Shop, which is located at 13651 Hunters Oak Drive, Orlando. After making the purchase, Stephan again returned home where he remained until approximately 12:45 p.m. At that time, Stephan left the residence, heading to the area of US 192 to run several errands. Welcome, Elvis. Blank had mentioned to Stephan, this is Jenn, had mentioned to Stephan she wanted to make a BJ's wholesale club list and wanted Stephan to be back in time to go with her to pick up the order. Or to pick up Madeline. To pick up Madeline. While on US 192, Stephan visited some card shops because he is a, quote, nerd, and there was a new card that had been released. Stephan stated he visited, quote, Coliseum of Comics, stopped at a couple of Targets, and was going to go to, quote, House Rules Games on Oak Street and 192. Stephan advised he did not make it that far because he got a flat tire. He got a flat tire in fucking St. Cloud. But he's talking about going to this shit in Orlando. I asked Stephan where he got the flat tire, and he lied. He said it was on 192, and he had pulled into one of the plazas. I don't know if that's true or not. Stephan then stated it had been about 10 years since he changed a tire, and he had made many rookie mistakes in the process and ended up pinning his thumb in between the jack and the frame. I asked Stephan which plaza he pulled into, and he stated he was not sure, but believed it was before Oak Street. Stephan then stated he did not make it back in time because he got a flat tire, and Jenn left to pick up Madeline without him. Stephan called Jenn to tell her what happened and apologized profusely for not being back in time to go with her to pick up Madeline. Once back at the residence, Stephan hung out and, quote, straightened the apartment as he waited for Jenn and Madeline. This sounds like a whole plan. Natalie, give her some Benadryl. Give her some Benadryl. Sounds like she's allergic to something. Jenn then contacted Stephan to let him know that Madeline had not come out. At this time, Stephan began getting worried and started making phone calls to Blank's family, asking them to be on the lookout since she may be walking to them. According to Stephan, this is when, quote, everything started going downhill. I then asked Stephan if it was normal for Madeline not to have her phone, and he replied Madeline was severely ADHD, as is her mother and he. So all three of them are severely ADHD, he says. Stephan advised due to this, it was not unusual for her to forget her phone. I asked Stephan if she was on medication for ADHD, and he stated she normally took her medication, but had not done so the week prior due to being at her grandparents' residence most of the week, resulting in Madeline being, quote, very spacey. As Detective Acosta was reviewing the map, Stephan asked if he messed up his streets again and reiterated he was bad about streets in the Hunters Creek area. I informed Stephan. He mentioned he made a U-turn at the church to see if she wanted McDonald's again. He agreed. I asked Stephan if he had gone anywhere else since they had, quote, time to kill, to which he stated no. I asked Stephan if there was any reason why he would be back on John Young Parkway, and he stated when they were trying to go to McDonald's the second time, he would have made a left instead and looped around. I asked Stephan to show me on the map what he was referring to. Stephan stated he was originally going north on John Young Parkway, turned left at the McDonald's towards the school, made the U-turn at the median at Lilac Cove Lane, then went back to McDonald's with, quote, time to kill. And she again stated she did not want McDonald's. So he gave her a cheese Danish pastry he had from home. Stephan headed north on John Young Parkway, turned eastbound onto Town Center Boulevard, and made a right towards the school. I asked Stephan if he recalled what time he dropped her off, and he said around 8:20 to 8:40. I asked Stephan if he had the Google Maps application on his phone. He advised he did, but he was not mapping it at the time. Well, we know now that doesn't matter. We know that doesn't matter because it saves where you're going anyways, right? Hi, Cindy Bobbitt. At this time, I asked Stephan if he would mind if I looked at his map to see, to which he stated he did not. He unlocked his phone and handed it to me. As I reviewed Stephan's Google Maps, Detective Acosta confirmed once again the route he took that morning. Detective Acosta informed Stephan he stated he had gone up John Young through Town Boulevard and made a right before he dropped her off before the underpass. Stephan again stated Madeline enjoyed the morning walks when the weather was cold, and how she did not like getting dropped off in his car because it was a image thing. Stephan informed Detective Acosta the bell rings around 9:15, and he had dropped her off that morning earlier than typical since they, quote, made really good time. Stephan again confirmed watching Madeline walk towards the direction of the school. Then they asked to see his phone for his Google account, and he said he was not logged on, but it was okay for him to check. Stephan advised Detective Acosta the morning he dropped Madeline off to school, she had her school laptop, which should still be with her. Stephan described Madeline's backpack as black with grayish hibiscus flowers on it. Detective Acosta asked Stephan if Madeline had ever run away for any amount of time, to which he stated, Madeline was very dependent on them and would probably not know what to do if she were to run away. Stephan also stated Madeline was not the type to run away and that she was a good kid. Stephan informed Detective Acosta that Madeline had been tested a while ago and showed signs of being on the spectrum of autism and had been diagnosed with autism, but was later advised she was not autistic. What? Stephan informed Detective Acosta that Madeline had been tested a while ago and showed signs of being on the spectrum of autism and had been diagnosed with autism, but was later advised she was not autistic. I confirmed with Stephan he used Google Maps for directions, to which he stated, quote, yes, go places, search addresses, look at store hours, rate reviews. It's a pretty new phone, though. As I looked through Stephan's Google Maps, I noticed he did not have recorded travel on the account consistent with driving he informed us he had done on February 26th and February 27th. I asked Stephan when he returned to the area to assist blank, and he stated it was on February 25th at 2024 at approximately 20:30. And this was, quote, just in time to make sure she was doing all her nightly routines. That was about Madeline. As they waited for Jenn to get home, I asked Stephan where he and Jenn looked for Madeline. He said they stayed local. I asked Stephan if they drove anywhere, to which he stated they had not, and Jenn's family was driving around. Stephan stated he did not recall driving anywhere the night of February 26th, and that he was, quote, socked out on Ativan at the point because he was a wreck, and that he was on so many tranquilizers. Stephan stated he had not needed to take Ativan in a while, but he had been having these panic attacks and been crying, so he took it to sleep that night. Detective Acosta informed Stephan we were trying to establish a timeline of events, at which point Stephan interrupted and stated he was trying his best, but he was not a morning person, and he was trying to give his best guess. Detective Acosta then stated, we knew he drove north on John Young, had made a left at the McDonald's, and that he mentioned dropping her off at 8:20, 8:40. The detective asked Stephan what time he believes he made the first left, and he stated it was around 8 o'clock or a quarter after 8. The detective showed Stephan on the map the direction he stated he traveled, which he again confirmed. The detective pointed out to Stephan the direction he continued to mention he traveled was northbound on John Young. He then asked why his vehicle was seen driving southbound in the direction of Kissimmee. Stephan stated, "Oh, I'm sorry," and that he forgot his, quote, gate clicker and had driven back to the residence. Stephan advised he went through the front gate and had to use his parking pass to grab his clicker, and that he had provided the wrong times because he wasn't a morning person. He stated he almost arrived at the school, and they had plenty of time to kill, which is why he rushed back to get the gate clicker. I asked Stephan if, when I looked at the surveillance for the complex, if it was going to show him entering the front gate with Madeline in the front seat, and he said yes. Detective Acosta asked Stephan if he could not have just waited until after he dropped off Madeline to get his gate clicker, to which he stated he could have, but he liked coming into the complex through the back gate because sometimes they were busy in the front gate and it was better not to wait in a long line. At this point, I noticed his phone only contained minimal data on his call history and appeared as if some of the messaging applications have never been used. I stepped away for a second as Detective Acosta continued to speak with Stephan. While I walked away, Stephan informed Detective Acosta he had made a joke to blank the morning of February 26th about her crocs, since she wore crocs and socks. Stephan described Madeline as a, quote, very good girl who brought a lot of joy, and it did not feel the same without her around. Stephan stated Madeline had been so happy, and she had been looking forward to him visiting and all of them being together. Stephan stated Madeline called him her bonus dad, advising they had a very strong bond and that she knew nothing but love in the household. Stephan stated Madeline was doing well in school, and she was also singing. He then stated Madeline had sang for him, and it reminded him of the movie, quote, Sister Act, and he told her he was very proud of her. I returned to speak with Stephan and asked him if he would unlock his phone again, which he did. I asked him if he had stated he did not have his phone the morning he dropped Madeline off. He replied he had forgotten it because he was too busy trying to get Madeline out the door. I asked him if he had his phone when he went to the smoke shop, and he stated he did not the first time, but he did the second time. I informed Stephan when I was looking at his call history, I noticed he only had a call log for February 27th and asked if that was usual. Stephan stated, quote, no, it's a used phone. And stupid I went to do an update yesterday morning, and I don't know what the fuck. Pardon me, what the heck I did. But somehow during the massive iOS update, I managed to factory reset my phone and lose all my contacts and information. I asked Stephan if he recalled what time that occurred, and he said sometime when he was hanging out with blank. I informed Stephan I was going to maintain possession of his phone and asked him to please refrain from going back inside his vehicle. At approximately 20:38, Osceola K-9 responded to 4012 Santa Maria Drive and conducted a track that yielded negative results. At the time, Detective Acosta and I responded to the front entrance of the complex and made contact with security in reference to video surveillance. Detective Acosta and I reviewed the surveillance showing both the front and rear entrance of the complex, which exited onto Dyer Boulevard. In the surveillance footage, I observed a male wearing a red shirt leaving the complex in a 2010 silver Lincoln MKZ through the rear gate at 7:50 hours with a female wearing a green sweater in the front seat. This person appeared to be sitting upright with her head slumped over to her left side. At 8:19, I observed a male wearing a red shirt enter the complex through the front gate in the silver Lincoln with someone in the front passenger seat wearing a green sweater and once again slumped over. At 8:31, the male wearing a red shirt left the complex in the silver Lincoln through the rear gate with a female in the front passenger completely slumped over to the left. Detective Corporal Jessica Alejos and with Orange County Violent Crimes responded to the scene, and continued reviewing surveillance. At this time, I, Detective Tagler, was assigned as the lead investigator to this case. Detective Acosta and I returned to the residence, and I asked Detective Hunt to ask everyone in the house to please exit the residence to secure the residence. Okay, so now we're going to get into the interview with Jenn Soto, but I'm going to go get a quick refill on my coffee. Give me 2 seconds. Here, do you even look?
No.
Okay, I'm back. I introduced myself to Jenn and informed her I was going to be the lead detective on this investigation. I informed Jenn that Detective Hunt had provided me with a synopsis of what had occurred that day when Madeline went missing. I informed Jenn I had been advised she had a new job and that she had asked Blank and Stephan, that she had asked Madeline and Stephan to sleep upstairs because she needed to get rest, which she stated that was correct. According to Jenn, Madeline had her birthday party on February 25th, beginning at 1500 hours and ending at an unknown time. Jenn had not attended due to being at work. Jenn advised her sister dropped Madeline off at approximately 20:30. And what time did frickin' Stephan say he got there? 20:30. Just in time to make sure she was doing all her nightly routines, he said. And she believed Stephan had arrived shortly after that time. Stephan informed Jenn that Madeline had taken her nighttime medication. Now, if Madeline needed nighttime medication, why in the world wouldn't she have taken it at her grandma's? Why wouldn't she have taken her medicine at her grandma's house? Because you know why? She probably didn't need nighttime medication. That was probably given to her by Sterns, right? Okay, so Stephan informed Jenn that Maddie had taken her nighttime meds and was getting ready for bed, which consisted of taking a shower. Jenn arrived at the house from work at approximately 22:30. So that would be, what time? 10:30? And sent Madeline and Stephan to bed at approximately 2300 hours. So she got home at 10:30. And she says that she sent Madeline and Stephan to bed. What does that even mean? You get home and a half an hour later, you're like, hey, can y'all go out of it? Can you guys go upstairs? Like, what? Sent them to bed. I asked Jenn where Madeline and Stephan slept, and she stated upstairs in bedroom number 4. Now, literally, this bedroom has a number 4 on it. On the outside of the door, it says number 4. I asked Jenn if it was normal for Stephan and Madeline to sleep in the same room, to which she stated sometimes she would send them upstairs when she needed a really good night's sleep. Jenn also advised sometimes they would all sleep together in the king-size bed, and other times Stephan would sleep upstairs, meaning Madeline and she would sleep alone. Jenn advised it usually depended on everyone's schedule the following day. I asked Jenn what time she had woken up on February 26th, to which she stated she believed sometime between 8 and 8:15, because Stephan had gone into the room to put the leash on the dog. Jenn got up to assist Stephan with placing the leash on the dog because she did not want him to pee on the bed. Jenn heard people in the kitchen, and as far as she knew, Madeline had gone downstairs to get ready for school. Jenn then stated blank had a makeshift room in the living room that had a television, a desk, a dresser, and a bed. Blank only used this room to hang out and would never sleep there. I asked Jenn if she visibly observed Madeline on the morning of February 26th, to which she stated no. But remember, she told another officer that she did, that she saw her at 8 o'clock. She said she did see her to another officer. She stated wait, hold on. I asked her if she heard her, and she stated she heard people in the kitchen, but was not sure if it was her specifically. Jenn then stated the last time she had physically seen Madeline was on February 25th at 11 o'clock when she sent her to bed. On February 26th, 2024, Jenn got out of bed at approximately 9 o'clock and left the residence at 9:30 because she had a doctor's appointment scheduled for 10:15. Jenn returned home between 11 and 11:15 and believed Stephan was home at that time. I asked Jenn what she and Stephan did when they reunited at the residence. Jenn stated they chatted for a little bit, and she asked, quote, "What happened?" I asked what she meant, and she stated Stephan called her around 10:18 to let her know that he and Madeline had not gone to McDonald's as planned. Okay, let's break this down. He left the house with Madeline at like 8 or whatever. He's calling Jenn at 10:18. Oh, hey, we didn't get to go to McDonald's as planned. What does that even mean? According to Jenn, Madeline and Stephan had planned to leave early and have a special breakfast at McDonald's. And he would then drop her off at school early because she wanted to arrive early. Stephan told Jenn that on the way to school, Madeline was very sleepy and she wanted to sleep, not get McDonald's, and just wanted to get dropped off. He also let her know that he left his phone at home by accident and had gone to the vape shop, but they had not opened on time. Stephan waited for a while in front of the vape shop, and after they did not open, he went back home. After hanging out with Jenn for a while, Stephan left again to go to the vape shop to get what he needed. Jenn then asked if I wanted the name of the vape shop because she believed it might be helpful if I wanted to look at surveillance. I told Jenn I was advised at some point Stephan had gotten a flat tire and he was not able to go to the school with her. I asked Jenn to advise me how she became aware Maddie was not at school. Jenn stated she normally left her residence at approximately 2:30 and waited for about an hour for her to get out before the bell rang. Why would she go to the school so fucking early to pick her up? An hour? Jenn waited the entire time, and when the bell rang, she noticed that Maddie was not one of the first to come out like she normally was. Jenn then realized she was holding up the parent line, and at approximately 16:10, she drove away. She realized she was holding up the parent line. Why wouldn't you just have people go around you like, I'm waiting for my kid? What the hell? She went there an hour early to have an alibi. I'm telling you. I feel it. Jenn was not sure if Madeline knew she was going to pick her up. Well, who else would have picked her up? What does she mean she's not sure? Who else would have picked her up from school? So she says she's not sure if she knew she was going to pick her up. Therefore, she drove to blank workplace and checked on the way to see if she observed Madeline walking. Even though Jen's family said she never walked. When she arrived at Jen's mom's job, she asked her if Madeline was there, to which she advised it was still too early. Jenn then parked on Hunter's Park Lane to see if she could see Madeline walking. At 16:30, Jennifer knew Madeline should have reached her mom's office. Jennifer went back to her mom's office and asked if she was there and was told not yet. Jennifer then contacted Madeline's friend and asked if she was with Madeline. The friend informed Jenn that Madeline had not gone to school and she was not in first or second period. She then asked the friend, quote, "What do you mean? We dropped her off close to school. She should have walked to school." The friend informed Jenn she was not in any of their periods. Jenn then began to panic because she believed something was wrong. Jenn emailed a few of her teachers, and one replied saying Madeline had not made it to his class and had not made it to school at all. Jenn began to freak out and contacted 911. I asked Jenn if it was common for Madeline to not have her phone, to which she stated it was common for her to forget it because she has ADHD, is extremely forgetful, and loses track of time. I asked Jenn to explain to me where she looked for Madeline, stating after speaking with Stephan, she went to the school to confirm her attendance. However, it was already closed. Jenn backtracked and drove back to her mom's office. After Stephan heard Madeline did not show up, he went to the mom's office. They all waited for law enforcement to arrive at the office and did not return home until they were done speaking with police. So here they had Madeline who, maybe she walked home. Maybe she did this. Maybe she did that. And they're hanging out at her mom's office and no one's at the house the whole time. But you're panicking. I asked Blank where Blank's phone was at the time where Jen's phone was at the time she went to pick up Madeline, to which she stated she had taken it with her when she went to pick her up from school. Jenn advised when Madeline forgot her phone, she would bring it to her when she would pick her up. Jenn tried to look through Madeline's phone while waiting for the police. However, she was in a panic and handed the phone to her sister and niece. They both went through Madeline's phone and they did not see anything weird. I asked Jenn where they looked for Madeline. She stated in the Hunters Creek area, and they returned home approximately 20 to 21 hours. I asked Jenn if they went back out after that, and she said Stephan. To which she advised Stephan had gone out in the middle of the night in her vehicle. Now, we didn't hear that from Stephan that he went out. Remember, they were saying, we stayed local. We didn't go anywhere. I explained to Jenn her residence was going to be secured and everyone was going to have to stay somewhere else for the night. I also explained Stephan's car would be towed to the sheriff's office for processing because Madeline was last seen in it. I provided Jennifer with my cell phone, asked her to let me know where she and Stephan were going to stay, and explained she could call me anytime she needed to speak with me. Now we have the second interview with Stephan Sterns. I need to take a little breather. Where is Jenn right now? I don't know, Potato. It's so bizarre. I do too, Danielle. I think she knew exactly what was going on. It's almost like they worked in connection with each other. I know. Like, do they need her for a witness? No, they don't. They don't. Sorry, guys. I'm a little off today. Sorry. Jenn was a terrible mother who sacrificed the health and well-being for a child in order to meet her own needs and insecurities. I agree. She's horrible. She's a horrible person. Yeah, I mean, numbers on the doors, September, that's fucking weird. Okay, second interview of Stephan Sterns on February 28th. So now we're 2 days later, right? This is Wednesday. They conducted a second interview with Stephan. This is a synopsis. I asked if I had his consent to download his phone or if I needed a search warrant. He said it was fine, and he provided me with the PIN 42586. I advised Stephan that while digital forensics was looking through his phone, through Madeline's phone rather, they noticed there was a lot of communication between Madeline and him. I asked Stephan to explain to me the relationship between him and Madeline. Stephan stated he was like a stepfather to Madeline, and she thinks of him as a dad. I asked Stephan what he and Madeline spoke about when they would FaceTime. And he stated he would speak to both Maddie and Jenn. When I asked him at what time he factory reset his phone, he stated he was not sure because he's not a morning person, but believed it was before he went to the smoke shop. So he's taking Madeline to school. They were in a rush. He forgot his phone, but he cleared the phone before he went to the smoke shop. Make it make sense. Remember, he said he didn't take his phone with him. So the cops are probably like, what are you talking about, dude? You're not making any sense. Stephan then stated the update had a weird option about reinstalling everything, and he was not paying attention to what he was doing. I asked if he could explain to me how he did the update. He said it was a push notification that appeared at the top, and he had ignored for a long time. He said this page took him to a page with a system, and he clicked something and was not sure what happened because he was not paying attention. After starting the update, the phone reset. I asked him to explain to me what he did that morning to get his key fob. He said he parked, ran inside to grab the key fob. That's the clicker, by the way. Got back in his vehicle and left the complex for his, quote, morning mission. He says it. Morning mission. The hell? Stephan stated after he dropped off Maddie at 8:40, he drove directly to the smoke shop, waited 5 or 10 minutes for them to open. I asked Stephan if he went anywhere else, and he stated he was probably driving towards the direction of home and did not recall stopping anywhere. I advised Stephan that his vehicle was seen heading south again at 10 o'clock and asked what he did between 8:40 and 10. He said he had been, quote, cruising around a little bit. I told Stephan he originally stated he had been at the smoke shop for 5 minutes and headed home. He stated he may have been lingering in the area, but had made his way home. I advised Stephan again that I needed help explaining why there was an hour and 20-minute gap, which he stated he was not sure to say since it had been a normal day. Stephan again stated the smoke shop was supposed to open soon, and he made his way there and was not in any rush. Stephan again stated he was not able to explain the time delay since he had not gone anywhere in particular. I asked Stephan where he went after the smoke shop, and he said home. So another one, just like Koberger, he was driving around. Said he was driving around. Stacy, that's crazy. She said, when I used to pick up my kids from school, we had to get there almost an hour early to get a good spot in line. Stupid. I'd be parking in the damn parking lot and saying, walk over to me, kid. Or I'd go there after. I'd be like the last one through that fucking line. I can't do that shit. Waiting an hour in pickup? That's ludicrous. Actually, my kids rode the bus, so. Okay, Stephan then said he waited. Wait, hold on. I asked Stephan if the smoke shop was 10 minutes from his residence, and he said it was 15 to 20. I reminded he had originally stated it was a 10-minute drive, and he advised time was not a strong suit of his. The detective asked Stephan what time the smoke shop opened. He said 10. Detective then informed Stephan if it opened at 10 and he dropped off Madeline at 8:40, he would be going an hour before they were even scheduled to open. Stephan stated he did not think it would be open, but hoped if he got there early enough for them to open. He stated he arrived about 15 to 20 minutes before they opened. He said he waited a few minutes after 10 for them to open, but realized they were not opening and left. The detective stated he had not waited past 10 since his vehicle was southbound on John Young at 10. This is what they're trying to get across to this dude. You were on John Young Parkway going south at 10. Stephan stated his vehicle was still in front of the smoke shop at 10, waiting for them to turn on the open sign, and I advised Stephan his time frame was not making sense. Who thinks Stephan was getting a little nervous at this point? This is on Wednesday, 2 days later. Global, it's good to see you. True Crime and Other Stuff, it's good to see you too. Morgan. Island. You know a lot of peeps that spend an hour in the car loop. I'm glad it's not like that here. We just ride our bikes. Fuck yeah. Sitting in a pickup line for an hour, that's for the damn birds. Ain't nobody got time for that. Can't they make it more efficient somehow? Jeez, oh Pete's.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Yeah, it is a busy area. It really is a busy area. 192 is the main road that goes to Disney. It's crazy. So Sterns was not at the birthday party. Jenn's sister drove Maddie home. Sterns arrived at the home at the exact time. Then why did the grandmother say she did not know why Sterns was there? Maybe she didn't. Maybe she didn't, Cor. Maybe she didn't know. Because the grandma clearly does not like Stephan. We're going to find that out, too. According to Stephan, he was trying to help us the best he could. I reminded him what he had stated and asked how he was there at 10 o'clock when it was approximately a 10-minute drive from where he dropped Maddie off. Stephan stated he had taken no particular route to the smoke shop, but had made his way there. Okay. So in other words, he just drove around until he finally just ended up at the smoke shop, even though he was on a fucking camera on 192. I asked Stephan if he had issues with his memory, and he stated he was diagnosed with ADHD. He did not have his phone on him and was not sure of the time. Asked if he had a clock in the car, and he stated he believed he did, but it was not his car. He doesn't even have his own car, you guys. It's his dad's. It's his dad's. Stephan then stated he was 90% sure he was in the smoke shop parking lot at around 10 o'clock. He left that 10% open because he knew they saw him. I wish she had stated her grandma's too. It doesn't sound like grandma knew what was going on. Because it sounded to me like Maddie was getting dropped off. And then Jenn was supposed to be home shortly after. So her sister and them may have just thought that Jenn was going to be home shortly, that they were dropping Maddie off and she was going to get ready for bed and Jenn would be home. I don't think they knew about Stephan. They didn't like him, I don't think. I asked Stephan if when he returned to get his key fob, if Madeline went inside with him. He said she didn't because she was asleep. I asked Stephan again about the location he got his flat tire. He stated everything looked the same and he was drawing a blank about specific businesses and only recalled pulling into a plaza. Stephan stated he was driving towards John Young Parkway and US 192 when it occurred. Stephan recalled going to a Target on US 192 near Walmart and was going to House Cards but got a flat tire. somewhere before he got to Oak Street. He wasn't sure how long it took to change his tire, but he believed he returned home at 2:35. So how convenient. Jenn says she leaves at 2:30 to go get Maddie, but they were supposed to go together, right? He gets home 5 minutes after she leaves. Stephan again apologized and stated his brain did not work properly because he has ADHD. No, his brain doesn't work properly because he's a pedo. Pedo. A pedo. While speaking with Stephan, I noticed he was wearing a blue shirt. In the videos earlier in the day, he was observed wearing a red shirt. Stephan stated he had not changed clothes since the previous morning and did not believe he had showered either. Gross. Blech. He didn't shower. I asked Stephan if I could take a picture of his hands, and he advised that was fine. Ambulance girl, welcome to the Clickers. Thank you for joining.
Yeah, man, I'll tell you what, that dang old internet, man. Click, 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 click. It's real easy, man.
What's up, Anna Pekarsky? Stephan stated he had not changed clothes and did not believe he had showered or either. Gross. So this is Wednesday. He still hadn't showered, he said. I asked him if I could take a picture of hands. I noticed he had a significant scar, approximately 2 to 3 inches long, on the top part of his right wrist. He also had minor scratches on the top part of his left hand. I informed him his phone was going to be downloaded overnight and he would not get it back till the following morning. He stated that was fine. On February 28th at approximately 1 o'clock, I left the residence. Officers of the Kissimmee Police Department stayed on scene and assured nobody re-entered. The silver Lincoln MKZ was towed by Ace Wrecker to the Orange County Sheriff's Office Central Operations Center. Detective Acosta also took Stephan's phone to the Orange County Sheriff Office Digital Forensics Unit, where Sergeant Darko Stamanik immediately began processing the device. On February 28th, multiple detectives with the Orange County Sheriff's Office responded to the Central Operations Center and began assisting with the investigation. Several orders were authored, including a blank on Madeline's social media, a search warrant on the Lincoln, tracking orders on vehicles, bearing Florida tags blank, blank, and blank, a search warrant on Jennifer's residence, a search warrant on Madeline's Discord account, Google search warrant on email address blank, and an infotainment system search warrant on the GPS located in the Lincoln. During this time, it was discovered Jennifer's vehicle had been driven on February the 27th between the hours of 3:27 a.m. and 4:25 a.m. in the area of 192. Jennifer's vehicle had also traveled on February 28th between the hours of 4:42 a.m. and 10:55 a.m. between 192 and Southwest to Northport. So he took Jen's car because they seized his. And this is where it's going to start to get really gross.
What?
So he took her car down to Northport. And you're going to find out, too, there's a search warrant for a, what do you call that? A storage unit in Northport. After Stephan's phone had been successfully downloaded the morning of February 28th, Sergeant Stamanik with the Digital Forensics Unit contacted Corporal Avia To advise him, there was CSAM. I'm going to call CSAM, which is child essay material. Okay. We're going to call it CSAM on Stephan's cell phone. During a review of the pictures, we observed several images that contained Madeline performing oral sex on a penis, being penetrated both vaginally and anally, and posing nude. In these pictures, the background was readily identifiable, and we were able to determine these incidents occurred at their address. In a picture located on Stephan's phone, we observed a black mark near the tip of the shaft in a picture of the penis. At the time, the Kissimmee Police Department was advised of the findings, and they responded to the Central Operations Center. The search warrant for Jennifer's residence was served on February 28th at approximately 8 o'clock. In the residence, detectives were able to locate several items observed in the CSAM images located on Stephan's phone. While conducting the investigation early on the afternoon of February 28th, members of Blank's family requested to travel to the Orange County Sheriff's Office to attend the press conference. Jenn and Stephan were offered a ride by detectives Hunt and Acosta. Now, why is Jenn redacted? Why is Jenn redacted? Jenn and Stephan were offered a ride by detectives Hunt and Acosta. They agreed to the rides and were driven separately. Upon their arrival, Detective Corporal Ilgen, Detective Morris, and I made contact with Jennifer. As we spoke to Jennifer, members of the Violent Crimes Squad continued to canvass the area for video surveillance. Prior to finishing the interview with Jennifer, I was advised that VCS had located a video of Stephan discarding something in the trash compactor. So at the same time they're interviewing Jennifer and Stephan, they get a call from a detective that has found a video of him throwing shit out in the dumpster. And in this video, they observed, and this is at 7:35 in the morning. In this video, they observed a female wearing a green sweater in the front passenger seat of the vehicle. The female appeared to be completely slumped over with her mouth ajar. At this time, Detective Ballardus established custody of the trash compactor until Waste Management arrived for their regularly scheduled pickup. So they were regularly scheduled to come that day on February 26th, y'all. Because look, on February 26th at 7:35, they saw him throw something in there, and then the detectives literally waited for them to arrive for their regular pickup, and then they followed the trash compactor to 4978 LB McLeod Road in Orlando, where the compactor was emptied. Contact was made with Waste Management's district manager, Antonio Roman, who provided a separate area for the compactor to be emptied. Antonio was provided with an approximate date and time that Sterns was seen throwing a tire into the compactor. So he threw his bad tire in there. Hey, Ken. Based on that information, Antonio was able to provide an approximate location where the tire would be located and the contents of the compactor. The Orange County Sheriff's Office Forensics Unit responded to the location and was able to locate the intact tread of a tire, which they advised matched the tread pattern on the rear passenger tire of Stephan's vehicle. In close proximity to the tire, the crime scene investigators located a white trash bag that contained a black backpack with what appeared to be a purple Hawaiian print and a white croc. Inside the backpack, CSIs located an Orange County public school computer with Madeline's name on it. Based on this information, it was determined the backpack and its contents belonged to Madeline. The forensics unit collected the tire, backpack, and croc. Upon reviewing the evidence, it was determined the Kissimmee Police Department would be taking the lead, and the case was subsequently turned over. The Orange County Sheriff's Office remained active in a support role. After Stephan's interview, the Orange County Sheriff's Office Forensics Unit responded to Interview Room 1 in the Central Operations Central in reference to a DNA search warrant for Stephan. During this warrant, the CSI took several pictures of Stephan's body and penis. That poor crime scene forensics person. Can you imagine having to take pictures of his penis? Oh. God. Detective Junko, no pun intended, and I located a black mark on Stephan's penis, which was consistent with the pictures on his cell phone. Pictures of Stephan's scar on his right wrist were also taken. Scar on his right wrist. Did he try to take his own life sometime? Stephan was taken into custody for the arrest warrant authored by detectives with the Kissimmee Police Department for sexual battery and possession of CSAM. Following the interview and search warrant, Jennifer's vehicle was towed to the operations center. On February 29th, the Orange County Sheriff's Office continued to assist Kissimmee by continuing to canvass and search areas that Stephan had traveled. A search warrant for Jennifer's vehicle was authored and served on February 29th. On March 1st, Detective Leonard Jones responded to the area of Destination Parkway and John Young to canvass for evidence. During that time, Detective Jones responded to, quote, Holiday Inn club vacations on John Young Parkway. While reviewing the surveillance, Detective Jones observed that at 9:40, the silver gray Lincoln MKZ turned onto the above business property from Emissary Avenue, then proceeded to their parking garage. This is going to be another bombshell right here. So he's telling them at 10 o'clock, he's sitting at the vape shop, but at 9:40, the Holiday Inn Club Vacations caught his car go into the parking garage. While in the garage, a male wearing a dark hat, red shirt, and tan pants exited the vehicle. And if you notice, he was wearing tan pants in the days following. Exited the vehicle and opened the trunk. The male then walked to the front passenger side of the vehicle, opened the door, and proceeded to carry what appeared to be a limp body to the trunk of the vehicle. On March 1st, the Kissimmee Police Department issued a bulletin requesting information from the public. In the bulletin, they advised Stephan had changed a flat tire in the area of 192 and Old Hickory Tree Road. Kissimmee police later received a tip stating she had observed a male matching Stephan's description and a vehicle change a tire and directed them to the location. So he changed the tire right where he dumped her, guys. Deputies with the Osceola Sheriff's Office responded to the scene and located what appeared to be a female wearing a green sweater and blue jeans in the wooded area. Detective Ilgen and Detective Morris responded, where they confirmed it was the body of Madeline Soto. On March 1st at 1916, I spoke with teletype operator who who removed Madeline from the NCIC FCIC as missing. This concluded my involvement in the recovery of Madeline Soto. Diana, no, I think it was because it was torn up. It was torn up in the dumpster. Sterns was staying at his parents in the same town Brian Laundrie lived in. Yep. Actually, Snug Street is right in the same neighborhood as the Laundries. It's really weird. Okay, and then we go down here to, I don't know what this is exactly called. Maybe a evidence recovery or something they used for scent, but seized were, and you remember there was the thing where, you know, Jen was like, oh no, I think she was wearing black shorts. And he was like, she was wearing like jeans or something, right? I think he wore the same clothes too, Ken. Gross. They did locate his shirt, though, in the house and the other croc. So if you notice, there was only one croc in that garbage bag that he threw away. The other croc was located in their home. So what the hell? Did he bring the one croc in? Like, what was that all about? So anyways, they have the female black short with white stripe, which is so weird because Sebastian Rogers went missing in black pants with a white stripe. And then they have a pink female undergarment. Oh, yeah, this was for K9. On the 27th, they retrieved scent articles of Madeline's, and that's what they got. Underwear and shorts. And that's the same thing there. And you see that's blank. This is the initial, report where it says everything, her description and all of that. Scene security. Okay, here we go. Contact with victim's aunt and blank victim's grandfather. So now we're going to get into Maddie's aunt and grandfather. At approximately 9:54, blank and blank approached detectives on scene. I spoke with them, and a portion of our conversation was audio recorded. Below is a synopsis. Blank and blank have requested an update and said detectives had already interviewed them. They did not have additional information. Blank and blank were visibly emotional and concerned for Madeline's well-being. Blank said she did not believe Madeline ran away because blank, she did not believe Madeline would do that. They described Madeline's recent birthday celebration and did not know of any reason why Madeline would be upset. To their knowledge, Madeline had not been in communication with any of their family members since she had been reported missing. Now here we get into the search of the house in room number 4. Exactly, Robin 407, you have such a good point right there. So thankful for all the cameras. Now tell me, Sebastian just walked out of his house by himself and was never seen. Room number 4. At approximately 11:30, I assisted with searching a room in the residence on the second floor, identified by a chrome number 4 on the outside of the door. Inside the room, I located a black backpack which had one orange bottle of Solo lotion in it. The back of the bottle identified the product as, quote, masturbation cream. I photographed the item, pointed it out to the crime scene investigator, and she collected it. At approximately 11:50, we made contact with detectives via phone. Via a video call, they showed us digital photographs excuse me, digital photographs of presumably Sterns essaying Madeline. The purpose of viewing the CSAM via a video call was to ensure the correct evidence was collected and preserved to the best of our abilities. We examined the clothing worn by both Madeline and Sterns, along with surrounding items such as sheets, blankets, and other articles of clothing. We were able to identify some of the items seen in the photographs in a downstairs area that was previously described as blank's room. I don't know what that says. Thank you so much, Annie. That was so generous of you. Wow, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Wow. Thank you, Jay, for going through this with us. Love and peace to you. Thank you. we were able to identify some of the items seen in the photographs in a downstairs area that was previously described by detectives as Blank's room. The space appeared to be the living room of the apartment. This is weird. Imagine living like this. Poor Maddie. It was a portion of the living room turned into a bedroom with a folding room divider between the bedroom space and the kitchen dining room. This area was located on the far right of the apartment's first floor when you enter the front door. Weird. Imagine that. Imagine that. Imagine having your living room with a freaking divider in it. A number 4 freaking chrome number on your door upstairs. What was going on in this apartment? At the conclusion of the search, I made contact with Corporal Evan Avila via the phone. The corporal notified me of the front office staff that they had been working on providing video surveillance from the complex. An unknown staff member stated the process to provide the video was going to take approximately 6 hours due to how it had to be viewed and downloaded. At 13:45, I made contact with Blank, who identified himself as the operations manager for security. Okay, so then they did finish that surveillance and they gave it to other detectives. After speaking with Blank, I went to the Central Operations Building. While there, I maintained security outside of an interview room where Sterns was located and was waiting to be interviewed. KPD detectives interviewed Sterns, and I monitored a portion of the interview electronically from a room nearby. At the conclusion of the interview, I assisted KPD detectives with the collection of photographs, clothing, and DNA evidence from Sterns' person based on a signed warrant they had. I located a black freckle or mark on Sterns' penis that was visible in some of the photographs videos found while examining the photographs videos of Sterns essaying Madeline. In the photograph used to compare the mark, presumably Sterns is wearing a red and white Deadpool shirt. Ugh.
Hate you, I hate you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you.
Which was seen in multiple photographs where Madeline was being sexually abused. Oh my God. What? CSI Ivory Smith collected the evidence, and the collection was conducted on the same audio and video recording as Sterns' interview. At some point while Sterns was in the interview room, I took a vape pen from him, which I discarded in the trash at KPD's direction. At one point, while examining the photographs, this is evidence examination, of Madeline being essayed to ensure all potential evidence was collected, I located a photograph of Sterns with his face, oh my gosh, with his face visible and his tongue on presumably the victim's nipple. The photograph was titled this 7/22/2022. That probably was when it was done. July of 2022, maybe. And was found on an album full of photographs of CSAM material of Madeline. Had an album. He had an album. Waste management information. On February 29th, Corporal Avila requested I gather information on the trash collection procedures at the complex Sterns and Jenn lived in. So they called Waste Management. They spoke with Cree, who was unable to access the information. Cree transferred them to Ray from the Florida area Waste Management commercial, and they set up the trash transfer. Emergency Response Team Command Post. On March 1st, at approximately 9:22, Corporal Avila asked me to respond to 9400 South Park Center Loop in reference to meeting with the Orange County Sheriff's Office ERT team. While I was there, the liaison between ERT and the Criminal Investigations Division. Sorry. At approximately 12:40, I was notified ERT located large bones in a wooded area. Corporal Richards instructed me to contact the ME's office to show him the bones. They collected the bones, and they were non-human. So we'll just scroll through that. They also found video of Sterns' vehicle and were able to trace him to nearby locations where I told Sterns was seen moving Maddie from the front seat of the vehicle to the trunk. So they got that video from that parking garage. ERT located a pair of underwear and a dress in the same wooded area that the bones were located in, but further south. So I don't know. They found bones, y'all. That's somebody. That's a whole human. That is a whole human. And they found underwear and a dress by the bones. I wonder who that is. On March 1st, they received confirmation that Madeline had been located deceased in Osceola. And that concluded his involvement. Okay, let's scroll down. Okay, this is just another supplemental. I'm not going to bother reading it because it was a sighting, but it wasn't Madeline. It wasn't Madeline. It was just someone who saw a kid and reported it. On February 28th at 1935, Deputy First Class Renee Davia, this is the canine officer, was contacted from the homicide unit. Corporal Richards requested assistance with utilizing my canine partner, Canine Archer, to conduct a sweep of 2 vehicles for human remains due to the fact that Canine Archer is trained in human remains detection. At 20:05 hours, I conducted a sweep of the first vehicle, which was the silver Lincoln. Archer did not give a final alert to the 2010 silver Lincoln. That's weird. This proves too that dogs are not always correct. I hate to say that, but it's true. We talked about this a little bit last night because look, they have video of Madeline slumped over in his car. And they say she was deceased, but the dog didn't pick up on it. But then they conducted a sweep of Jenn's Nissan sedan. Archer showed a change in behavior, then gave a final alert by the rear passenger wheel well. Did he take her? What the hell? I'm confused about him driving Jenn's car in the middle of night. And now the dog's not hitting on his car, but hitting on Jenn's? Huh. And then we have some evidence collection, USB of surveillance. They're picking up that surveillance video. And then we have another narrative from another officer. On February 28th, this is Detective Robert Fisher, responded to the complex for the purpose of distributing missing person flyers and reviewing video at the complex to look for relevant content. Upon arriving at the complex, I passed out flyers at the following addresses. So they're going to every door in that entire complex. That is a big complex. And you're going to see the work that these officers put in. I mean, and that's why I get so mad when I think that when people say, law enforcement isn't doing shit, law enforcement doesn't care. Yes, they do. Do you see how much goes into this? I mean, this is just insanity. Insanity. Let's see here. Thank you, Melissa B, for gifting a membership in Ambulance Girl. Welcome. Pugopolis, welcome. If I didn't say that already. No, the results of the autopsy were not released. On February 26th, So this is when they went to the office to review the video. They finally got it all done. At 7:35 in the morning, videos that captured the trash compactor on the property show a male, determined to be Stephan, wearing a red t-shirt and dark color hat worn backwards, arrived in a silver Lincoln sedan. Sterns threw a white trash bag filled with items inside the trash compactor before pulling away. A female believed to be Madeline is visible in the front passenger seat. Her head is visible, tilted on her left shoulder, and her mouth was open. She was belted into the seat. At 8:19, now check this out. This is the morning of 7:35. He's throwing the shit away. Remember they said, oh, we got up at 7:15. 7:35, he's throwing her stuff away. At 8:19, the Lincoln is at the front gate where Sterns, listen to this. This is crazy town. What was this security person thinking? Picture Madeline, or picture a person in the front seat, their head tilted on their left shoulder and your mouth hanging open. And you go through this security gate. Listen to this. The Lincoln appears at the front gate where the driver, Sterns, interacted with a security guard before being allowed to enter the gate at the front of the complex. Additional video collected from near the rental office, which captured the roundabout, showed the female believed to be Maddie in the same position as the previous video at 7:36. At 8:31, the silver Lincoln exited the back gate. The video captured the female still in the same position as the other videos and still in the front passenger seat. Due to difficulties with the wireless cameras at the rear of the complex, I was not able to obtain further video of the vehicle entering or exiting the back gate. Reviewing the front gate video, I did not observe the silver Lincoln come back through the front gate between 8:30 and 16:40. That would be, oh, shit. So he went in through the back gate because he had his clicker. He didn't, oh, you know what? I bet you he knew those back cameras weren't working right. Because he liked to go through the back gate with his clicker. That's why, oh, can you imagine how shook that security guard must be? Probably didn't pay any attention and just thought the girl was sleeping. But what the fuck? I mean, you're not going to imagine that there's a dead person in a car, right? What the hell? Like, oh, that just is sickening. You guys, that is just nauseating to think of that. That now this security guard has to go back through this and think, oh my God, that poor young girl was deceased when he came through here. Just disgusting. I don't think that I've ever felt the need to celebrate a death penalty case, but with Stephan Sterns, I see no reason not to celebrate it. He is absolutely appalling. There, we've got Rue set up now with thanking everybody for super chats over here and comments. Oh my God, I know. Globalism, can you imagine? She fought because he had scratches on his hands. She probably did. But we don't know the cause of death, right? We know that so now we know that he changed his tire where he dumped her. So that was probably going to be his alibi for like why he was seen there, right? Like, oh, I was at this area because I got a flat tire, but he also decided to put her in the brush and then change his tire and go on his way. I don't know if he took her car. Did she know he took her car? Where was she? Jay, Court TV said strangulation. Okay. So that would explain why he had marks on his hands. Because, usually when people are attacked and people get someone puts their hands around their neck, you're reaching and trying to get those hands off, like peel those hands off of your neck, That's like a normal reaction. You're gonna bring your hands up to their hands and you're gonna try to get them off your neck. And that's probably where he got those fucking marks. This man is a monster. A monster. Lee Michelle, thank you for being a member for a month.
Yeah, man, I'll tell you what, that dang old internet, man. Click, 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 click. It's real easy, man.
You also heard yesterday it was asphyxiation. That's strangulation, yeah. I feel like that's why he would have those marks on the outside of his hands, right? Okay. I'm going to go grab another cup of coffee. This is a lot. We're going to keep going as long as you guys are down to keep going. I'm down to keep going right now. I just need to get a fresh cup of coffee. So I'll be right back. 2 and 2. And I'm sure that Maddie also had his DNA under her fingernails as well, if you think about that. Yeah, there was mention of blunt force trauma as well. He had a tire iron in his hand. I guess we'll see if they collect it. I mean, I wonder if the tire iron was still in his car. Okay, hang on. I'll be right back. 2 and 2. Hi, Patrick. Thank you for your patience, guys. Yes, this is going to trial, and it has been announced this is a death penalty case. This is a death penalty case. It is hard to listen to, but, you know, I guess the way I look at things like this, and I don't have past trauma in my life. I know a lot of you that listen do have past traumas, and my advice to you is if it gets to be too much and it starts triggering you personally, take a step away, because I don't want anyone to be triggered. You know, this is something that should not be affecting your personal life, and I don't want it to do that. So like if you have, you know, certain feelings or something, you know, just take a little break. Go for a walk. Something like that, you know, because I know this can be hard for people that have gone through this. I can't even imagine if I had been subjected to things like this when I was a kid, and I don't know if I'd be able to hear it when I'm older. You know, I don't know if I'd be able to sit here and listen to somebody else go through this and not make it, you know? So I want everybody to know that if you have suffered any abuse in the past, that, you know, my heart goes out to you, and I don't want anybody to feel bad, you know, going through stuff like this, because it is difficult to hear. And I love all you guys, and I want you guys to be happy and healthy people. And it just makes me sad that any kid has ever gone through something like this. Like, I can't even wrap my brain around this kind of abuse. It's so absolutely disgusting to me. Okay, let me get this picture up here. I just want to get something up here so if people join, they know what the heck we're talking about here. God, that thing's... Ugh. He's probably one of the most evil individuals I think I've ever seen. And poor Madeline, she was so pretty, cute, had her whole life ahead of her. When we hear from her friends in this... Yeah, if you guys want to send anything, the mods can put the email in chat as well. But when we hear from her friends, it's so disheartening. Like, Jenn said that she was going to freaking disown Madeline. This is what Madeline told one of her friends, that her mother said she was going to disown her at 18. That hurt my soul when I read that. And that's in these documents. Okay, let's get back into it. Thank you for your patience and getting through this with me today, you guys. At 8:31, the silver Lincoln exited the back gate. Oh, I already read that. She was still in the same position. Okay, here we go. At 16:35, multiple cameras captured Sterns arriving to the trash compactor in the silver Lincoln. Sterns is wearing what now appears to be a blue shirt. So when he went there earlier, he was in a red shirt. Right? Yeah. At 7:35, he was wearing a red shirt, dark hat worn backwards, and he threw the white trash bag in the compactor or in the dumpster. And then at 16:35, he arrived at the compactor and he's wearing a blue shirt and a dark colored hat worn backwards. He walked to the dumpster, opened the door, and returned to his vehicle. He then put a damaged tire. This is where he puts the tire in here. He then removed a damaged tire, which appeared to be the tread with no walls. Sterns threw the tire into the compactor. I submitted video, which I captured on cell phone, to evidence.com under this case number. They also collected visitor log records from the complex for February 26th. It literally takes an army to investigate these cases. It's crazy. So now we have some neighbors. These are neighbors. Hold on. I first located the neighborhood's dumpster, which was behind the basketball courts. The dumpster had a trash compacting function that did not allow for me to see its contents other than a couple of bags that were not yet compacted. So it's actually a compactor on the site, on the scene. They actually have like a trash compactor. I observed several cameras in the area that pointed at the dumpster. I then assisted with a door-to-door area canvas and missing juvenile flyer distribution at the following addresses. So I want to kind of highlight this to show, how much legwork it takes to investigate this when kids go missing. So he went to all these apartments, door to door, and then he made contact with some neighbors. And I'm not going to say their names, but he later went to their residence and conducted a consensual audio recorded sworn interview. They're going to be called Barbara and Gerald. Here's a summary of the interviews. Barbara and Gerald have spent their winters and springs at the complex for the past 18 years. So these people have been snowbirds for the past 18 years and know Jenn and Madeline's grandfather. The grandfather resided with Madeline and her mother, Jenn, for many years and helped raise Madeline. A few years ago, Grandpa moved out and Jenn married Madeline's stepfather, Stephan. This is what the neighbors were led to believe, that these two were married. Grandpa lived there, moved out, and then Sterns moved in. I don't know if Grandpa is still alive, but can you imagine how Grandpa must be feeling? And why did Grandpa move out? I'd like to know more about that. Maybe in the trial that will come out. Why Grandpa moved out. Why did he go? Because Jenn didn't get married. We know that, right? It doesn't say when. It says, oh, wait, here we go. Barbara and Gerald believed Stephan worked out of town because they arrived at the complex in December of 2023 and they had not seen him until approximately a week ago. Barbara and Gerald were unsure what kind of vehicle he drove because they had seen him a couple days back going into Jenn's white vehicle. I think that means Jenn's. They described Stephan as a tall white male with a full beard that usually wears a baseball cap backwards. According to Barbara and Gerald, Madeline never walked home to or from school. Jennifer drove her to and from every day. However, they did not remember seeing her return home from school on Monday or Tuesday. They believed the last time they saw her was Saturday or Sunday when she was walking the family dog, which caught their eye because blank usually walked the dog. On Monday night, Barbara looked through her window and observed 3 people at Jennifer's door. One of them was an adult male, one an adult female, and she was unsure about the third one. Barbara saw one of them hi someone. I don't know what that means. Hi someone? High five? Is that what she means?
What?
It caught Barbara's eye because the family does not have many visitors. Okay, so she's saying not many people come and go. Barbara and Gerald described Madeline as a sweet girl, adored by her grandfather. They added that she was a homebody and very polite. Poor Maddie. At the conclusion of the area canvass, I responded to the clubhouse, blank, where I met with detectives and reviewed surveillance video from the dumpster and front gates, to include a video in which a security guard made contact with Stephan on the morning of the incident. The security guard was later identified as blank. He must be a witness, so that's why he's redacted. So is Jenn redacted because she's a effing witness? Alex was contacted and he responded to the clubhouse. So obviously the security guy's Alex, where he was interviewed by Detective Kyle. I was present during the interview. And then these are blank. Let's keep going. Victim 1. Antonio Roman. I don't know who that is. On February 28th, I responded to blank to assist with the investigation of Madeline's disappearance. Upon arrival, I assisted with canvassing the area for video and handing out flyers to residents. While on scene, it was determined the community trash compactor had not been picked up since her disappearance. I located the compactor and established custody until waste management arrived. Oh, the district manager, Antonio Roman, provided a separate area for it to be emptied. We went through all that. They were able to locate the intact tread of a tire, which matched the rear passenger tire of Stephan's vehicle. In close proximity, they located the white trash bag that had a black backpack, which what appeared to be purple Hawaiian print and a white croc. Inside the backpack, CSIs located an Orange County public school computer with Maddie's name on it. Now, they also found a gray tank top that said Infinite on it. While conducting a canvass in the area of Gateway Avenue and Gifford Boulevard in Orlando, Orange County Sheriff's Office Detective Christine Shaw and I discovered a gray graphic tank near the bank of a retention pond that was located 50 feet east of the aforementioned intersection. The shirt was approximately 10 to 15 feet west of the bank of this retention pond. The graphic shirt was photographed and later placed into secure evidence locker. I don't know if that ended up being hers or not. But here is the neighborhood canvas, which was what was absolutely like, wow. This took a lot of time and a lot of work. these are all the buildings. Building 1, Building 2, Building 3. And there's nothing, from this canvas, there's nothing learned because they either weren't answering or they've never seen her. But look at all these, I mean, apartments, Building 6, Building 7, Building 8, Building 9, Building 16. Look at this. It goes on and on. You see all these addresses they had to go to? My goodness. Okay, search warrants. Let's see what this says. Meta. Okay. On February 28th, this is Wednesday, they got a warrant they got the results of the pen register trap and trace device for the phone numbers attached to this report. And then they also got a search warrant for Meta in reference to Madeline's Instagram account. And then on March 1st, it says, I received a response from Meta and they advised they denied the warrant in reference to the Instagram account. Why would they deny the warrant? What does that mean? On February 28th, I authored a search warrant for the vehicle, the 2010 white Nissan Sentra. That's Jenn's. On March 4th, I conducted the search warrant to the clerk of courts for the search warrant for the vehicle, the white Nissan Sentra. Town Place Suites Orlando at Flamingo Crossing. So Jenn and Sterns had to leave. They got a hotel. On February 28th, they went to Winter Garden, Florida, room 239 at the Town Place Suites Orlando. Checked in with the whole hotel staff and advised room 239 was checked in by Stephan, and they had already checked out on the 28th at noon. Stephan had rented the room for only one night. The hotel staff allowed me to inspect, and the room had not been cleaned by housekeeping, and they observed no personal belongings. On Thursday, February 29th, while conducting a canvass in the area of Gateway Avenue and Orangewood Boulevard, Detective Alicia located exterior cameras at the Exxon gas station. And upon review, located what appeared to be a silver car traveling eastbound at around 9:16 a.m. on February 26th. The vehicle appeared to have no tint, as you can see through the windows as it drives by. And then we have some redactions. Detective Freeze. In one of my granddaughter's little shows she watched, there's a cop and he's called Officer Freeze. It's funny. It says here that on Wednesday, February 27th, Detective Freeze responded to 5244 Los Palma Vista Drive and made contact with Deputy Andrews, who advised that pieces of unknown articles had been located near the pond. Photos. Oh, is Yolanda Nunez the grandma? Unknown article that had been located near the pond that sits behind the residence and other homes in the neighborhood. Photos of the items were taken. Contact was made with homeowner Yolanda Nunez, who advised she did not recognize the article. The article is a soft cloth material, which is yellow in color. The item was ripped in 3 different pieces. And they have surveillance footage. On March 1st, 2024, Orange County Sheriff's Office Violent Crimes Detective Leonard Jones was tasked with assisting in the investigation. Jones went to the area of Destination Parkway and John Young Parkway to canvass for evidence. During that time, he responded to the Holiday Inn Club Vacations. This is the parking garage. The manager, Jeremy Garcia, not Jerry Garcia, but Jeremy, who allowed Jones to review the surveillance footage from February 26th. According to the surveillance footage, Jones discovered that at 9:40, the gray Lincoln turned into the above business's property, then proceeded to their parking garage. At approximately 9:41, the vehicle arrived on the top level of the parking garage, then backed into a parking space. At 9:42, a fair-skinned male wearing what appeared to be a dark hat, reddish shirt, and tan pants exited the vehicle from the driver's seat, then walked to the back of the vehicle and opened the trunk. The male then walked to the front passenger side, opened the door, and proceeded to carry what appeared to be a limp female body to the trunk of the vehicle. At approximately 9:44 hours, the same male subject entered the driver's seat of the same vehicle, then drove away. The vehicle was seen exiting the parking garage from the ground level, then leaving the property. So he thought he was going to go in this parking garage, slickly back into a parking spot, and open the trunk, sneak around to the passenger side, get her out of the passenger side where she was buckled in, and put her in the trunk. Ugh. Okay, now this is a search of the residence. Or wait, hold on. Nope, this is the review of traffic cameras. So on February 27th, through law enforcement resources, I observed, and this is Detective Matthew Chang, I observed a silver Lincoln sedan traveling through multiple locations in Orange and Osceola County. The silver Lincoln was registered to Stephan Sterns' father, what was primarily used by Stephan Sterns. On February 28th, this is when they searched the apartment now. February 28th, so she went missing the 26th. On Wednesday, they got the search warrant and assisted the Orange County Sheriff's Office forensics in searching the apartment. Simultaneously, during the search, detectives learned of photographs and videos on Stephan's phone, where Stephan appeared to have sexual intercourse with the 13-year-old victim. Now, I don't like that wording because a 13-year-old cannot have sexual intercourse. That's not what I would call it. It's so gross. Sexual intercourse is consensual. We have to do better. Come on. I mean, I get it. They're describing what they see, but that just makes me sick. With the 13-year-old victim, Madeline, we were able to locate multiple articles of clothing worn by both Stephan and Madeline in the photos. Multiple articles of bedding and towels observed in the photos were located as well. All items were documented and collected for evidence. On the 29th, I assisted the forensics unit in collecting additional evidence. I transported Stephan's cell phone from Orange County Sheriff's Office to blank to reference the photographs located on the phone during the search. Numerous additional clothing items, towels, and bedding were located inside the apartment. Stephan's cell phone remained in my possession and was returned to a secure digital evidence locker. All evidence found at the apartment was documented and collected. It should be noted that prior to the search of Stephan's apartment, I was advised there were photographs located on Stephan's phone where he appeared to record his roommate blank in secret. This is just exactly what Santa and his son were doing, y'all. Oh my God. Well, I think he took Jen's because they seized his. He didn't have one. Oh. While at the apartment, I was able to utilize Stephan's cell phone and recreate the angle and contents of the photographs by placing his cell phone under the crack of the roommate's door. I photographed the placement of Stephan's cell phone and uploaded it to evidence.com. He did the same shit. Remember when I had his friend on? Remember Chase? Remember Chase said he videoed his roommate's girlfriend? Oh my God. I interviewed Stephan's old friend from when he was in his early 20s, and he was living with a friend and his girlfriend, and he was videoing her in the bathroom. It came out in the interview I did with Stephan's friend. Oh my God. So was the roommate living in room 4? Where was the roommate staying? God, this is sick. They transferred all this evidence and saved it. Now we have some redactions. Detective Khalees on February 28th was tasked with authoring historical phone orders for Jenn, Stephan, and Madeline. Below are the phone numbers associated with each person. Look at, they have Jenn redacted. Once the historical phone orders were authored, blah, 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 the judge approved it. Let's see. Who is this an interview with? During the interview, blank confirmed. This must be Jenn. Yes, this is Jenn. During the interview, Jennifer confirmed that Madeline lives with her and that her boyfriend of approximately 7 years was Stephan Sterns. As the interview continued, Jennifer stated that on rare occasions, Madeline and Stephan slept in the same bed. According to Jennifer, the reason for this is so she could get some sleep, because sometimes all three of them sleep in the same bed. She told this story on the 28th of February, 2 days later. Jennifer also confirmed with the detective that she and Stephan had been sexually intimate. Ugh. Oh my God. Well, I think it was called number 4 because it was the 4th bedroom. They had 4 bedrooms in that apartment, and that one was the 4th one upstairs. He said Stephan lived at a blue house. Was it Santa's? Oh my God. It is horrific. Okay, this is an interview with Jenn, okay? She also confirmed that her and Stephan had been intimate. Detective Khalees presented Jennifer with various images that were recovered from Stephan's cell phone. The first image was a hand placed on the buttocks of a white female. After viewing the image, Jennifer identified this hand as belonging to Stephan. Next, the detective showed Jennifer a close-up photograph of a white male penis. Jennifer viewed the picture but was unable to identify it. Detective then presented Jennifer with another image of a penis pulled over a pair of pants. What does that mean? Again, Jennifer viewed this image and identified the penis as belonging to Stephan. Jennifer believed this was Stephan's penis based on the clothing and blanket near the penis. Ugh, God.
In the name of Jesus, Father God, Lord.
A few moments later, Detective Khalees paused the interview with Jennifer and waited for Kissimmee Police Department detectives to respond so the interview could continue. So then the Kissimmee detectives arrived, and this Khalees did not stay in the interview. Unbelievable. Here's more witnesses. And then it says here, seized gun. He did have a pistol as well. So those are people that live on that road, I guess. Let's see what this is all about. February 28th. Okay, let's go through this. So this is them responding to the school. And it says, I was tasked with meeting with the Kissimmee Police Department, Detective Ilgen. It was learned that the vehicle of Stephan Sterns was observed traveling on Old Hickory Tree Road as it passed Hickory Tree Elementary School. This is when he dumped her, I guess. I was informed the vehicle passed the school. This is a different school. This is down in St. Cloud. Passed the school at 1:12. And I'm going to go back through this and get all these times down and put a timeline together. As it traveled south towards Nolte Road. On Monday, February 26th at 2:17, the same vehicle passed the school, traveling north towards 192. So he went past this school at 1:12, and then he was seen coming back at 2:17. And then next, I conducted a canvass along Old Hickory Tree Road. I located a black car tire on the vacant field associated with the Cemex USA. I contacted Orange County Forensics, and they collected the tire. They found out it wasn't relevant. They got more video from different businesses. Okay, here is, oh shit, that's the ex-girlfriend. Okay, so the ex-girlfriend reported she came to know Stephan Sterns through working with him at Disney. She explained their relationship became intimate around December of 2022 and ended in May of 2023. During this time, she said Stephan Sterns told her he was separated from his girlfriend, Jenn Soto. I love how Jenn Soto is marked out, but this ex isn't. The ex stated that Stephan Sterns told her although he was separated from his girlfriend, he still slept at her residence, and specifically in the bed with her, with blank. The ex said Stephan Sterns justified this behavior by saying he needed to cuddle with her so she could fall asleep. They're talking about Madeline. She further recalled a conversation she had with Stephan where he told her he woke up in the bed with Madeline with an erection and had to turn around in the bed. She felt the comments he made about sleeping with Madeline were inappropriate, and she started talking to him shortly after they were made. March 1st, interview with blank. They made contact with blank at a possible address of blank. As I knocked on the door, I was greeted by blank's wife. They invited us into the home and agreed to speak to us. Blank described he was close friends with Stephan Sterns, and his daughter was best friends with Madeline. Oh, fuck. Blank said he and his family moved to Colorado, but just flew back after learning blank was missing. Blank had no information in this case. The interview with blank was audio recorded. What? They moved to Colorado, but they flew back to Florida when they found out Madeline was missing? Interesting. So I take it they're going to be witnesses too because they're redacted. So here they have found a left croc, size 5 to 7, and 2 blue gloves. On February 28th, 2024, I responded to blank to supervise the execution of a search warrant. This is a search warrant on Jen's apartment. We have a roommate being mentioned in this. During the search, Orange County Forensics were present, photographed the residence, and collected numerous items of clothing and bedding, which were identified as being in contact with the victim during SA. Most of the items were collected from the downstairs bedroom and divided off sleeping area in the living room. Some additional items were collected from the upstairs bedroom, identified with a number 4 on the door. After forensics left the residence, a roommate named Blank arrived and requested items from her bedroom. I escorted her while she collected clothing and toiletries from her room and left the residence. At approximately 1640, I was notified that the Orange County Sheriff's Emergency Response Team located a glove in the wooded area to the north of the apartment. I responded to collect the gloves. The gloves were located about 30 feet into the wood line on the ground. One glove was balled up inside the other. I photographed the glove and surrounding area before placing them in an evidence envelope and later turned them over to forensics. At approximately 1719, forensics manager Vanessa called me and notified me that they located some of Madeline's belongings in the trash, including a single white croc. CSI Janiak recalled seeing crocs in the downstairs bedroom. I re-entered the residence and looked in the downstairs bedroom for white crocs. I located 3 white crocs near the window. 1 pair of women's size 8 and a single left shoe, 5 to 7, which matched the right 5 to 7 located in the trash. I took photographs of the shoes, packaged the shoe, and later turned it over to forensics as well. So they had 1 shoe in the apartment and 1 shoe in the garbage of Madeline's. Wow. So who put that shoe in the frickin' bedroom? Who put that shoe in the bedroom? Right. Roommate came to get her shit? Like, who is she? And he was watching her in the gap underneath the door. Was Maddie wearing shoes when she was found? No, I don't know. They didn't say anything about that. Explore Core, you got in true crime and other stuff, you guys think that he was feeling out the girlfriend to see if she was down with it? Oh, man. Well, if this girl is a witness, I hope she's not going on any podcasts. I hope it's not the witness in this case going on podcasts. I hope it's just someone that Jenn lived with before Stephan. Because that sounds a little shady to me. If you're a witness in this case, you shouldn't be going on podcasts, in my opinion. Yikes. I don't want to see this case get fucked up. I want this dude to go and get the freaking needle. I don't give a damn about interviews right now. I want to see this go where it needs to go. People need to be careful. Attorneys love that shit. Defense attorneys love that kind of fuck up. They love it. Patrick, why are you lost? Is there anything that I can explain? Are you guys confused? What can I help you with? I'm here to help. Yes, Kels, we want him to get the needle. He's a horrible, horrible, horrible human. She needs to stay off social media. I agree. When you're involved in a case and you're a witness or you knew these people, man, and you've got something involved. I mean, I don't know if it's the same roommate, but damn, you got to be careful. Because justice is way more important than any, interviews and stuff. I agree, Undead Ramen. Why is Jenn being protected? They have photos. Why do they need her as a witness? She should be a defendant. I agree. I don't know why they have her blanked out. It's maddening. Yeah, if it was before Stephan was in the picture, that's different. That's different. Because that person wouldn't be involved, so. I hope no one involved is doing interviews, though. I'd hate to see anything happen here. There is a lot. It is a lot. Patrick. Just too many characters. Well, there really isn't. So there's Jenn, and there's Stephan, and there's Madeline. And now we've heard there's a roommate that exists, and she wanted to get stuff out of her bedroom. But, I mean, he was watching the female roommate under the door. So do we really think that she was partaking? Or was she just simply maybe someone renting a room? Because if she was partaking, he wouldn't need to sneak unless he's just a creep and liked, the thought of sneaking. Yeah, they're not married, but I believe the first date of SA was right after they met. Ramen says maybe it was blanked out much earlier. Okay, the different size of white Crocs. Let me explain it. Maddie's were size 5 to 7. So there was one 5 to 7 in the dumpster, and then there was a 5 to 7 size in the bedroom, but then there was also a pair of size 8. There was also a pair of size 8 Crocs. So those may have been Jenn's, but they found one of Maddie's 5 to 7 in the house, one in the dumpster. I mean, Jenn may have dabbled in that. Who cares? I mean, if they were lesbians. I mean, why is that even coming out? That's weird. I would never do an interview with... Okay, so we have Detective Kyle Cole collecting surveillance video on John Young Parkway at the E-Smoker Online Vape Shop. He spoke with the employee who stated the owner, John Withrow, was at a different shop, but he had access to the video. So they met with John. And using the link, John uploaded a video surveillance clip from the store depicting a white male wearing a blue shirt and black hat entering the store, purchasing items, and leaving shortly after. John also emailed a screenshot of a list of transactions completed by the subject of the photo, Stephan Sterns. But it doesn't say what time he actually went in and bought vape stuff. But he was wearing a blue shirt at that time. He was wearing a red shirt in the AM, and he was wearing a blue shirt in the PM. No, I'm wondering if maybe the crock, he threw one out with all of Maddie's stuff and maybe one fell off. You know what I mean? For some reason, they had her shoes. So maybe she never even put them on to leave that day. I don't know. I don't understand why her Crocs were separated either. I don't know. After collecting the surveillance video, I was tasked with responding to the Orange County Sheriff's Office to review images located on Stephan's cell phone. Upon reviewing the contents of Stephan's pictures and videos, I observed several pictures depicting what appeared to be Maddie being penetrated orally and vaginally by a penis. There were several pictures of her both awake and asleep. Do you hear this? Who thinks that he gave her nighttime, quote, nighttime meds and did this stuff? There were pictures of her both awake and asleep with her genitals and breasts exposed as the focal point. It should be noted the penis observed penetrating the victim had distinct marking on it, which consisted, this is so gross, of bright pinkish colored skin below the head until approximately a quarter of the length down the shaft.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
If you say Ferris Bueller, you lose a testicle.
Just cut that motherfucking thing off.
John Wayne Bobbitt's penis.
Cut it off. What the hell? Blech. Yeah, his tranquilizers and his Ativan that he was taking after she went away. Just cut it off. What in the hell? Poor Maddie. I wish she would have said something to somebody. I can't imagine what this poor girl went through. I cannot. Several other pictures capturing this distinct pattern were observed on the phone. Further, as I was reviewing the pictures and videos, I observed several different pieces of clothing to include pattern underwear, shirts, blankets, and sheets. Simultaneously, detectives of the Orange County Sheriff's Office were executing a search warrant at Stephan's home address. This is address where both the victim and her mother live. The detectives searching the residence were contacted and confirmed they found the same distinctive clothing worn by both Stephan and the victim in Stephan's room and the victim's room. I was later tasked with authoring an infotainment search for the vehicle being driven by Stephan. A 2010 Lincoln was already sealed and towed on February 28th. The search warrant was submitted via a secure electronic filing system. So what we're going to need to go back and do is look at what date he was driving Jenn's car, because his wasn't taken until February 28th. The search warrant was later signed by the judge. So they got the infotainment on his car. And then they did... Yeah, that's all for the car. Geolocation data. Okay, so that's the search warrant for that. Let's keep going. Here's another supplemental. Okay, this is where we get to Maddie's friends. This is really sad. This is going to be Maddie's friends being interviewed. On February 26th, this is the day where she was reported missing. On February 27th, they followed up with interviews. So at 1:05 p.m., they did an interview with Maddie's best friend. This is fucking sad. She's been friends with this girl since 4th grade. Can you imagine what this poor girl is going through? I can't imagine. The trust that this man has made all of these little kids lose. He's affected all of her friends' lives forever and ever. And so is Jenn. Shame on you, Jenn Soto. Shame on you. Blank is the best friend of Madeline, also known as Blank. I'm just going to say best friend. And they have known each other since they were in 4th grade. She is also close to Madeline's mother, Jenn. Madeline has never told her anything about running away, other than if she did, she would run away to the woods and find a place to stay. Maddie told her she didn't get along with her mom. The best friend had heard from another friend that Madeline's mom told her she was going to kick her out of the house and disown her when she turned 18 or 19. She talked to her best friend every day on the phone, and her best friend would also text her every morning when she woke up. That best friend has to get out of that routine. Since February 26th, that best friend has to wake up every day and not receive a text from her best friend, Maddie. And that is so sad to me. The best friend thought it was odd that she did not receive a text from Maddie on Monday. When she called Maddie on the morning of February 26th, there was no answer. The best friend further stated Maddie only mentioned her biological father briefly. Dads, you're needed. Dads, you are needed in your little girls' lives. But was, quote, always on a call with her stepdad, Stephan. Dads, again, you are fucking needed. Do you see this? She only spoke of her bio dad briefly, but was always on a call with Stephan. It's what these creeps look for. They look for little girls who don't have a dad figure and mothers that are weak as fuck. Well, the friend didn't know. All the friend thought was that she was close to her stepdad, that her mom was a bitch, and that her stepdad was cool to her. Stephan and Madeline were always texting each other or talking on the phone. Madeline loved him and they were really close. Stephan is Madeline's mom's boyfriend and has been in her life for a long period of time. Stephan recently moved out of the home, but he still visits often. Stephan and Madeline's mom were also very close. Madeline, wait, what? Stephan and Blank's mom. Hold on. Stephan and Blank's mom were also very close. Blank talks to Stephan at least 2 to 3 times on the week. Wait. Stephan and Blank's mom were also very close. Blank talks to Stephan at least 2 to 3 times a week on the phone, but also texts with him. She usually talks to him on the phone in the afternoon, night. Blank describes Stephan as very interested in blank and blank, would tell him about things going on at school. Blank never disclosed to her anything inappropriate that Stephan said or did, and she has never witnessed anything inappropriate between Madeline and Stephan. Normally, Madeline's mom or grandparents bring her to school. She does not recall a time when Stephan ever brought Madeline to school. The best friend stated there are also roommates that live in the home with Madeline and her mother. She believes it is people that are close to their family but don't have enough money to live on their own. Last time she talked to Madeline was Sunday, February 25th at Madeline's birthday party. The party took place at Madeline's grandparents' home. Neither Madeline's mom nor her mom's boyfriend were in attendance. It was also common for Madeline to talk about getting money for her birthday. Madeline got mad at Blank for not giving her any money for her birthday and complained that she didn't get enough money for her birthday. Blank left the party, this is the friend, at approximately 1900 hours and did not verbally speak with Maddie again. Blank stated Blank does not miss school often, but is sick a lot. So she said Maddie was sick a lot. Once when they were at Blank, Madeline told her it would be cool if they ran into the woods and build a house. Madeline has never told her that she truly wanted to run away, but did mention she wanted to get her own house when she's older. Madeline has never tried or threatened to harm herself, nor does she talk about anyone harming themselves. The best friend stated that Madeline allegedly told her mutual friend, Blank, that when she turns 13, she was going to leave the house and never come back. What is this all about? Blank also communicates with her sister and father, who living in Washington, D.C. Blank believes Blank is close with her sister. I don't get it. Blank also talks to this is Madeline. Madeline also talks to different random people through Roblox. She is unaware if Madeline has ever met up with any of the strangers she speaks with. She is also unaware if Madeline has ever been engaged in inappropriate conversations with older men or older women. The best friend Madeline has never disclosed anything about sending or receiving inappropriate photos. Her Roblox username is Blank, and she has Instagram, but she does not know her username. Madeline also has a YouTube Shorts account under the username Blank. On her YouTube account, Madeline will post pictures of her dancing with her face covered. Madeline had planned on showing her face on her YouTube account when she reaches 200 subscribers. She stated that when they would text each other, it was through normal text messages on their iPhones. She is unaware if Madeline had any texting applications. Madeline did not have a boyfriend, but a crush named Blank that goes to school with them. She claims that he does not like Madeline and ignores her text messages. They also do not hang out with each other. Madeline did not disclose that she wanted to skip school on February 26th and has not asked her friend to skip school with her. She only knows that Madeline takes medication for ADHD and possibly bipolar. She described Madeline as impulsive, having mood swings and symptoms of bipolar. Maybe Jenn? She described Blank as impulsive. Blank last took her medication February 14th. This is Madeline. So Madeline last took her medication on Valentine's Day, she says, and would tell everyone about not taking them. Madeline told her she liked not being on the medication because she has more energy when she doesn't take it. What were they giving her? Tranquilizers? Ativan? She is not aware of Madeline participating in any risky or inappropriate behaviors. She does not know of Madeline hanging out with anyone older outside of school or running away with anyone. She only knows Madeline is close with her stepdad and talks to him a lot. So the best friend stated Madeline's mother called her during the evening of February 26th and asked if she was with her because Madeline was missing. Madeline's mother also told her she last saw Madeline at 8:45 when she dropped her off at church near the school. She said she dropped her off at the church because Madeline wanted to walk to school, which is unusual. Madeline is typically dropped off in the car line. Jenn stated her father went into the woods behind the school during the evening of February 26th to attempt to locate Madeline, but was unsuccessful. Okay, now we have an interview with a school counselor. Blank stated she is the 7th grade school counselor at Hunters Creek Middle School. She met Maddie at the beginning of the school year when she was being transferred over to the ESE service department. She was told Maddie had ADHD and a hard time focusing. She also has anxiety and panic attacks. Now, this counselor, I wish, would have dug a little deeper and built some rapport with this girl. The counselor would conduct check-ins with Madeline at school and has met with her approximately 6 times since the beginning of the school year. Typically, Madeline will come to her with feelings of panic and being overwhelmed. When she asks Madeline what's going on, she will tell her it's anxiety and she's overstimulated from being at school. Madeline has also said she is dealing with things at home, including fighting with her mom. Mom would get upset because Madeline is forgetful or doesn't clean up like she is expected to. She disclosed when mom yells at her, it makes her feel overstimulated, and then she can't respond the way she wants to. Madeline stated the counselor stated they discussed strategies on how to calm herself down and talk to mom when she's calm and how she's feeling. Maybe bring the mom in. I mean, this is 7th grade. She's not in high school. I mean, I could see if it was a high school counselor, but middle school? Call the mom in. Let's get to the bottom of this, right? And then they did another interview with her where Blank stated she's the 7th grade school counselor. Wait, that's the same thing. Typically, Okay. At each of their check-ins during December, January, and February, which things were okay because Stephan had moved out, right? Madeline reported things were improving at home and things were better at school. Madeline reported that her mom's boyfriend was living in the home. And December, January, and February. She reported that her mom's boyfriend was living in the home and she didn't like him because he was quote unquote weird. When she pressed Madeline about why she felt he was weird, she claimed it was because he ate all their food, hangs out in their living room, and makes her feel uncomfortable. Madeline reported in December that mom's boyfriend was moving out of the home and that made her happy. Madeline never disclosed having depression or suicidal attempts or thoughts. Madeline never disclosed any information or any relationship dynamics between her mom and her mom's boyfriend. She also never disclosed anything inappropriate happening between her and her mother's boyfriend. Madeline's mom told Blank that Blank was seeing a therapist weekly. So Madeline's mom told Blank that Madeline was seeing a therapist weekly. Madeline's grades appeared to be stable and seemed to be improving since December when she started to report that things were getting better at home. Wow. Their last check-in was February 6th, and Madeline reported that she was really happy and things were good with mom and school. I agree, Ramen. She was really, really giving the signs. Interview with blank on February 29th. Blank stated that he is blank. He stated Madeline never discussed her home life or personal life. She's never disclosed any information about any form of abuse. And he did not see any changes in her behavior. She appeared to be happy and would participate in class. He described her as normal and helpful. There hasn't been any change with Madeline since the beginning of the school year, according to that teacher. So now we have a lot of redactions here. Her PE teacher. On February 29th, they went to the school to interview teachers and students. This is a 25-year-old teacher. On February 29th, the following is a synopsis of the statement. Blank is Madeline's second period PE teacher. The teacher told me she knew Madeline pretty well, and they had some interactions. The teacher stated that Madeline hangs out with blank, most in class, but that she also sees Madeline with blank, is in the class, but has another assigned PE teacher. The teacher told me she's never had any issues with Madeline. The teacher told me Madeline always seemed very anxious, but anytime she needed to ask or wanted something, she brought a buddy with her. Poor Maddie. The teacher recalled how Madeline was shy around authority figures, but not everybody. The teacher told me that Madeline got Student of the Week for February 16th and was nominated by blank for doing something excellent. But she's not sure exactly what she did. The teacher recalled during a fitness testing at the beginning of the year, Madeline struggled because of her asthma. She walked with blank to her locker so she could get her inhaler and told her she was able to sit out if she needed to. The teacher recalled how occasionally her friends would tell her that Madeline needed to go to the counselor and she would go with friends. The teacher did not know why Madeline needed to go to the counselor. The teacher did not see any recent changes in behavior. When she heard the description of Madeline's clothing, she recognized it as something she always wears. The teacher did not see any signs of depression or suicidal inclinations. Madeline does not dress out in class, but she's not sure why. The teacher told me that many kids do not change out because they feel uncomfortable, but they still participate. The teacher told me Madeline had a locker previously and that the SRO asked her to check it and did not find a lock on it or any items in it. The teacher told me children will get pulled from her class for various things like tutoring, and she believed Madeline was pulled for MTSS intervention with blank earlier in the year. What's MTSS? The teacher stressed that Madeline always seemed anxious, and she did not think it was normal for Madeline to want to go away on her own since she always needed someone with her. The teacher told me she met Madeline's mother once in the year when she was a substitute for another PE teacher. Interview with 33-year-old blank. On February 29th at 13:39, I conducted a sworn interview with blank in a portable classroom. The teacher told me that Madeline is in her first period intensive reading class. The teacher thought she knew Madeline pretty well since she had been in her class since fall of 2023. The teacher told me that Madeline was on her door decorating team, which she nominated Madeline for Student of the Week. For blank told me was spreading kindness and love. She won Student of the Week for spreading kindness and love. The teacher did not have any individual conversations with Madeline, said Madeline's involvement in door decorating was the closest they were. The teacher believes that Madeline is also friends with a blank Garcia, not just blank. Sarah is an 8th grade student helper in the same period. And she was not sure if Sarah was close with Madeline. The teacher told me she is aware of what happened from an Orange County SO media release. The teacher recalled how Madeline was reading a graphic novel, and Madeline was alarmed that kissing was in the book. Additionally, the teacher told me she heard Madeline and her friends talking about a Lady Gaga lyric, and they were alarmed about its sexual meaning. The teacher said Madeline did not make any disclosures regarding any kind of abuse. The teacher did not believe that Madeline's mother came to open house, nor had they ever met. She wasn't even going to open house in 7th grade. The teacher had not seen any signs of depression or suicidal ideation in Madeline. The teacher told me she was shocked to hear about Madeline's conversation regarding living in the woods. The teacher stated that Madeline's grade was low and said she had a D in every quarter. She stated Madeline would work in class, but she was not able to follow things through to completion. The teacher had not seen any shifts in Madeline's behavior, but believed that Madeline's behavior improved since the door decorating competition. Interview with 30-year-old blank. On February 29th, blank told me that Madeline is in his 7th period English class and has been there since fall of 2023. The teacher told me he has had a great relationship with Madeline, and he thinks she likes him. The teacher described Madeline as quieter, who sometimes does her work. Madeline has, quote, sleepy days, where she comes in and puts her head down and does nothing, which he said not a lot of kids do. That's another red flag. A 7th grader that's coming in, putting their head down and falling asleep in class. That is a red flag. All of these things. I mean, you're right, guys. There's a lot of red flags. A lot. Maybe we need to educate teachers on the signs of SA. Because 7th graders should not have sleepy days. And it sounds like this teacher in English class just succumbed to the fact that Madeline just had sleepy days and just let her have sleepy days. Maybe if the teacher would have said, hey, counselor, Madeline sleeps a lot in class. Have you heard anything? Oh, well, God. She said that her stepdad's weird and she doesn't get along with her mom. Maybe we should have a meeting. Maybe we should dig into this. The teacher told me he only keeps academic tabs on Madeline and said they only had conversations about her grades. The teacher said they never had any conversations about her home life and he did not meet her parents. Even though Madeline's mother was a substitute for him in October of 2023, Jenn was a substitute? What? What the hell?
What?
Isn't that strange? The teacher had not seen any recent changes in Madeline's behavior. The teacher noted that Madeline seemed to not have as many sleepy days as the beginning of the year. The teacher told me he saw Madeline fatigued, which he believed may have been a sign of depression. But he didn't fucking say anything? But he didn't see anything more overt, nor did he see any signs of suicidal inclinations. How could you? What? What a fucking joke. This guy just said all he talked to her about was her grades. How in the hell is he going to know if she's suicidal or not by that? Kels, thank you for gifting memberships today. Thank you so much. And Flower Power, welcome. This is fucked up. Robin says, Jay, in Florida, anyone with an associate's can be a substitute. Thank you, Flower Power, for your super chat. Yeah, there's a reason why she didn't want to dress out. I agree. Wow. The teacher told me that Madeline's grade was rough, but then she brought them up. He said that she will go through phases where she will not turn anything in. Another red flag. The teacher had not noted any shifts in behavior and recalled how he bid that class farewell on Friday, February 23rd, and she said she would see him on Monday. The teacher stated that a student came up to him and told him that she wanted to live in the woods when she turned 13. The teacher told me that Madeline seemed normal but quiet and tired. Here's another one. In a conference room, this is a 13-year-old friend. Before speaking on the incident, I qualified that the friend knew the difference between telling the truth and lying. The friend told me she met Madeline last year when they were in 6th grade, and they shared one class together. The friend stated that she and Madeline have 3 classes together currently, and they have become better friends. She told me that Madeline and blank would know, or blank and blank would know Madeline the best, as they were her best friends. The friend recalled how Madeline would come to school crying and complaining about her mother. Other times, Madeline would cry, and she would say that she, quote, just wanted to cry. Poor thing. Damn, man. When you're 12 or 13 and your friend comes to you and cries and just says, I just need to cry. These poor kids, man. I have no words. I have no words. The friend did not notice any changes in Madeline's behavior, and Madeline did not talk with her about suicide or depression. The friend stated that that blank would occasionally be mean to her, and when blank asked her why, she said it was because that is how she shows affection. The friend stated that, what? Is she saying Madeline thought that's how she showed affection? The friend stated that blank would occasionally be mean to her, and when blank asked her why she said that, it was because that is how she shows affection. The friend stated that Madeline's mother threatened to kick her out. Additionally, Madeline did not like her father. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. The friend stated she did not hear Madeline speak about her mother's boyfriend. The friend continued to say that Madeline and her did not ever talk about sex, but they talked about crushes, including Madeline's current interest blank. The friend was upset during this interview and was crying because, quote, just kind of missed her. Interview with 12-year-old blank. This friend told me that she had recently become close friends with Madeline and that they share 2 classes in common. She stated that blank and blank would know Madeline best, and they both told her things about blank, including her mention of wanting to run away when she was 13 and build a house in the woods. This friend recalled how Madeline would seem, quote, pretty sad sometimes, though she noted that other times she seemed happy, particularly at school. The friend did not note any behavioral changes or discuss depression or suicide. Another 13-year-old. This friend stated she's known Madeline, who she calls Maddie, since 4th grade. She described Maddie as her best friend and said that they shared everything together. This friend told me that Madeline and her mother would frequently fight. She described Madeline's mother as bipolar. Additionally, she described blank as bipolar in her behavior and that she was taking unknown medication for ADHD. This friend told me that Madeline stopped taking her meds on Valentine's Day, but an unknown reason. She described Madeline as nice, funny, and caring on her medication, but snappy when she is off medication. Did they have her addicted to whatever they were giving her, which made her snappy sometimes? This poor girl. This friend told me she did not notice Madeline going through a depressive phase, but that Madeline said she was going through one earlier in the year. Madeline did not show any interest in wanting to hurt herself or anyone else.
You're awesome.
The friend stated Madeline was upset at her birthday party because she advertised it well, but not many people showed up, nor did many bring presents. This makes me so sad. This friend recalled how Madeline had a crush on blank in school, and she asked him for his phone number. The friend told me Madeline would try to talk to him more over the phone, but that he did not respond. The friend told me Madeline had 2 previous boyfriend blank who was expelled for breaking another child's elbow and blank. She described both relationships as over distance and a lot of texting. This friend told me she was not allowed to have social media, but Maddie's YouTube channel was blank, which she showed me. Additionally, she showed me Maddie's Discord. The friend emphasized that Maddie's mention of living in the woods was only if World War III were to happen. She stated that she did not ever notice any bruising on Maddie, but noted she occasionally came to school with red makeup on, which made it look like she was crying. Red makeup? The friend told me she would go to blanks every weekend. Oh. The friend told me she would go to Maddie's every weekend, but she did not ever stay the night because of her parents' own rules. The friend told me she met Stephan on one occasion, even though he and Maddie's mother had been together her entire life. The friend stated that Stephan had moved out of the residence for an unknown reason, and when asked Maddie why, she ignored the question. The friend told me that Maddie and Stephan were very close and they would communicate frequently. Whenever she asked Maddie about it, she just said they had a close relationship. The friend told me she received 2 pictures of Stephan that Maddie had sent her. She described them as screenshots that Maddie appeared to have taken during a time they were FaceTiming. So she was FaceTiming with Stephan after he moved out? Is that what I'm understanding here? Red makeup. Kooky says Maddie had so much to deal with her short life. It's amazing she could even smile for pics. I agree. Because when would they be FaceTiming unless it was after he moved out? He groomed her into thinking she was his friend. This is so messed up. Hey, Teresa. We are reading the case file investigation report for Madeline Soto. And we're going to go a little bit longer. I thought I could get through this in an hour or 2. Am I crazy? We are on page 108 of 986. Holy shit. Okay, we're going to keep going. We're going to keep going. She described the photos as screenshots that Maddie appeared to have been taking when they were FaceTiming. However, blank was not able to locate the photos. The friend told me that Madeline typically got her menstrual cycle 2 days before she did, except last month when Madeline got hers, quote, week or 2 after the friend got hers. Did Maddie actually get hers a week or 2 later? The friend told me they did not have a conversation as to why Maddie's menstrual cycle was late. The friend believed Maddie was a virgin, and she did not ever see or hear anything to the contrary. The friend stated that Maddie's mother was never freaking out, and she thought it was weird that she said she dropped Madeline off to the school when initially Stephan said he did. So she called Jennifer out and said her mom wasn't freaking out because she called this girl, remember? The friend was shocked when she saw the news about Stephan's arrest, though she said that the thought crossed her mind once Madeline went missing. The friend noted how she would always receive messages in the morning from Madeline, but she did not on Monday, February 26th. And it says 2023, but I think they mean 2024, which alarmed her. She said even when Maddie would oversleep, she would still receive messages. The friend thought something had happened once she did not receive anything from Madeline. And then we are on to suspect. It says Illinois resident. What does that mean? Why is this Illinois? What the fuck? Why does it say he's an Illinois resident? I don't think in my search of him I ever saw him living in Illinois even. Georgia, California, and Florida. Yeah, he made himself a confidant, especially since Jenn and Maddie didn't get along. I wonder if Sterns was jealous of Maddie having a crush on the boy. Yeah, I don't know. She was a couple weeks late for her cycle, according to the friend. He was born in Illinois? Oh, wow. I didn't know that. Place of birth is Illinois. No, Karen, we wouldn't know that yet. And this is them towing his Lincoln. Then we have the black Samsung phone that was collected. I don't know whose that is. Okay. So now we're going over the accidental reset on the phone again of Stephan. His car is towed. And then on February 28th, he was transported from his hotel to the central operations. Remember, we heard that earlier. Oh, fuck. Oh, we got his dad now. On March 1st, listen to this shit. I reviewed and collected video surveillance from Town Place Suites, Orlando at Flamingo Crossing. On February 28th, 2024, at 2:13 in the morning, Stephan, Jenn, and Stephan's father check into the hotel at the front desk. Maybe his dad was concerned that Maddie was missing. That's what I'm hoping. Stephan and Jenn are given $239 for their room, and Stephan's father is $203. On February 28th at 4 in the morning, Stephan exits the hotel through the main entrance. On February 28th at 7:28 in the morning, Stephan's father exits the hotel through the main entrance. On February 28th at 9:54, Jenn exits the hotel to walk her dog through the main front entrance and comes back in at 10:03. On February 28th at 10:50 a.m., Stephan's father re-enters the hotel through the main front entrance. And then at 10:55, Stephan re-enters. Where did Stephan and his dad go?
What?
Oh my God, you guys. What is going on? On February 28th at 15:07, which is 3:07, Jenn checks out at the front desk. On the 29th at 8:19 a.m., Stephan's father checks out the next day. Surveillance footage from the time Stephan enters and exits were uploaded and logged into evidence.com. Lock interrogations for room 239 and 203 for the period Stephan, Jenn, and Stephan's father were checked into the hotel were also uploaded. Why was his dad at the hotel and coming back and forth? Where did they go? Where did they go? What? Okay, that is weird. That is fucking weird. They all checked in together, but Stephan and his dad. Stephan leaves at 4:42 a.m. His dad leaves at fucking 7:30. And then his dad stays until the next day. Comes back and then stays till the next day. What the frick is going on here? His dad lives in Northport, which is like a couple hours south. And that's where Stephan spent some of his time as well. So then they have a gray iPhone 13 Pro that they've confiscated as well. They have like, you guys, this is what's really weird. This is when she was just missing. To go see an attorney at 4 a.m? No, they did this shit. No. This was early in the morning, not in the afternoon. This is 4 a.m. Stephan leaves, and his dad leaves at 7:30 in the morning, and then they're both back by 10. Why would Stephan leave at 4:42? If they were going to go meet a lawyer, why wouldn't they go together? It doesn't make sense. Well, I know why they went to a hotel, but why was his dad at the hotel? And why were they leaving in the middle of the night together? Or why was he leaving in the middle of the night? And then why was his dad leaving and coming back? Like, it's weird. There was one visit from his dad to Stephan Sterns that I could see on the log that I got. Marie. He was there. He had a half-hour visit, and he was only there for 15 minutes. They have about 20, 30 pages at least of Stephan Sterns' location of his vehicle. What day was this? Okay, let's go back. February 28th. Okay, so here's the part. On February 28th at 2:13 in the morning, Stephan, Jenn, and Stephan's father check into the hotel. Stephan and Jenn are given room 239. Stephan's father is given 203. On that same day, a couple hours later at 4:42 a.m., Stephan leaves the hotel. And then at 7:28 a.m., his dad leaves the hotel. And then at 9:54, Jenn takes the dog out. And then at 10:50, Stephan's father comes back. And then at 10:55, Stephan comes back. They come back within 5 minutes of each other. Look for Maddie at 4 a.m? And then they drive separate? I'm not buying that. I'm not buying it. I don't know. Well, I'm sure they have the location of the vehicles at this point. You're going to see that. Fucking weird, man. These people. All right, now we're going to see a bunch of redacted pages. These are just completely black. Okay. And this is the search warrant. There's really nothing to read here. It just goes over the synopsis of what happened and why they want the search warrants. And everything right here is what they're looking for. And another search warrant. We're just going to scroll through these. And again, this is the same synopsis. A lot of this is repetitive. The search warrants are repetitive. Now we've got more redactions. A lot of this is redactions, y'all. Like 20 pages. Okay, here's another search warrant. This is for the Lincoln infotainment system. So they're looking for all of this stuff. Data, tracks, routes, GPS fixes, past journeys, trip logs, latitude, longitude, altitude. I mean, everything. Basically everything from that vehicle. And then they have to list the probable cause, which is right there. And then we have all this again, what they're looking for in this search warrant. And now we have another search warrant. This is for, again, the Lincoln. Like I said, a lot of this stuff, there's a lot of pages. Now we got more redactions. Like 20 pages of redactions. Okay, so now we get to Forensics Unit Crime Scene Examination Case Review Check Sheet. And this is what they have to check to make sure that they have everything in their case file. And it's so weird that the forensic tech is Jennifer Soto. That is beyond bizarre. So they arrived at 18:23 and they cleared the scene at 22:33. And the suspect was Stephan Sterns. Photographs and evidence taken. Now we have this crime scene description. And this is where they kind of map out where they found her. Right. Dad and son went to go get an Egg McMuffin. I'm just not buying it. Something's off. I mean, did Dad even know Maddie? How many times has Stephan's parents met Maddie? So here is the narrative on the crime scene investigation. We are on page 192. Or no, I'm sorry. Shit. We're past that. We're on 198. So they use the Pharaoh. Okay, wait, hold on. On Friday, March 1st at 16:51, I was notified of a death investigation by Forensic Supervisor blank, and it was requested to respond to 5670 Hickory Tree. I arrived on scene at 18:23 and met with Forensic Supervisor and the Kissimmee Police Department, Mark Morris. Detective Morris advised that a missing person investigation was initiated for Madeline Soto on Monday, February 26, 2024. A search was initiated and the Osceola County Sheriff's Office search team located the missing individual at the location mentioned above. So this is the location here. We all saw that already. After conducting a scene walkthrough with Forensic Supervisor blank and conferring with Detective Morris, I photographed I photographically documented the scene, processed for Latin fingerprints, and items of evidentiary value were collected. And then they also used the Faro 3D scanning. They used that on Sebastian's house as well. They secured it with crime scene tape, and the property where the decedent was located consisted of a fence and gate enclosing the open field. The gate was observed opened. A row of bamboo trees was observed southwest of the gate. The decedent was observed on the north end of the trees. The decedent was found in the bamboo trees and covered with dead vegetation. She was observed in a prone position with her head face down and facing north. Both her legs were observed bent at the knees and facing south. She was observed wearing a green hoodie with the hood covering her head, blue jeans, and white socks. So no Crocs, just socks. And Stephan Sterns had the audacity to make a joke about her wearing Crocs and socks. No, they are not elderly. They're in their 60s. They're in their 60s. And he said he was helping them make what was it? End of life plans. Bullshit. They're in their 60s. They're boomers. Mr. Cashman says roommate must have known about bed 4. How could they not even catch a glimpse? Spirit Junkie, they probably do. We didn't know they had camera data for Sterns either. Florida's more open than Tennessee. Florida's way more open with their investigations and what is released. They could have lots of traffic camera data. Right? They just haven't found Sebastian yet. Okay, so the medical examiner's office arrived at 2127 and took custody of the decedent. Once the body was repositioned for further documentation, and this is gross, but this is what they find in forensics. She was observed in a state of decomp with visible insect activity around her mouth, left eyes, ears, and right hand. Discoloration was observed on her face, neck, torso, back, and hands. And that's what we get on as far as any kind of report. We don't get an autopsy report or anything. A series of 192 photographs were taken. The images consisted of overall, mid-range, and close-up views of the scene, decedent, and items of evidentiary value. The following areas of the metal gate were processed for latent fingerprints using the dusting method with black fingerprint powder. And there were no fingerprints on the gate. A finalized sketch of the scene was completed utilizing the Faro software. The sketch is not to scale and all measurements are approximate. So here is where they use the Faro, and they had that at Sebastian's house as well. High titties. I know it is a lot. It is a lot. It's a lot that Maddie had to go through, for sure. So they're using the Faro on a lot of these cases. They used it in Moscow, Idaho. They have used it in Sebastian's case that I know of, and now this case. It sounds pretty standard to me. Spirit Junkie says cameras caught so much info in this case. Why isn't there acknowledgement of Sebastian coming home from the restaurant? Because it's still an active investigation. That's why. We didn't get a lot from this while they were investigating either. We didn't get anything while they're investigating. Remember, it was quiet. We're like, what is going on? When are they going to press murder charges? The only reason they had Stephan in custody was because of the CSAM material. So let's talk about this. He was arrested early on because of the CSAM material. If they didn't have that, he probably would have been watched while they investigated as well. And we were all like, what's going on? Are they doing their jobs? And then we had the fucking picture leaked, and it was just a bunch of bullshit. But if, there was no CSAM, he would have been free too. And we would have been like, why isn't someone being arrested? And they found her body within a week. They haven't found Sebastian yet. So we have to be patient, guys. These cops don't want these kids to go missing and people to get away with it. Let's not be silly. Robbie, I would love to give you 5 minutes alone with him. I would love it. I would pay to be able to give you 5 minutes alone with him. This guy is a waste of space. I don't even know how to describe him. So he did actually get, if you look here, he did actually get a flat tire because there's fragments left at the scene. He left fragments of his tire at the scene. Hi, Scott H. Good afternoon. Everyone was dogging the blue. They do it every time, Kendo. They do it every time. When you don't get the information right away, everyone's like, law enforcement isn't doing shit. They don't care. They're involved. It's a ring. The cops aren't involved in no rings. We get a bad cop every now and then, but there ain't no huge force going to cover up shit like that. So he got a flat tire and pieces of the rubber broke off where he dumped her. So he clearly did get a flat tire where he dropped her off. Melissa's like, I'm ready to donate to Robbie to take him out. God bless L.E. Some police don't sleep. You got to remember, these guys have kids. Some of them have kids her age. So we got tire fragment and scene photographs, and then we have the measurement of where the body was found, 72 feet off the road. And then they have the measurement of where the tires, the fragments were found, 37 feet and 35 feet from the west edge of Hickory Road. And the body was on that same side. I don't know how that happened, but. All right, here we go. So this is on 2/26 at almost midnight, at 5 minutes to midnight on the night that Madeline was reported missing. Prior to arrival, I was advised that the Orange County Sheriff's Office was working on a missing juvenile case. So they went and met with the family at the house to see if Madeline returned home. Upon arrival, I spoke with Jenn Soto, Madeline's mother, and Stephan Sterns, Jenn's boyfriend, who both provided me with a verbal statement summarized as follows. On the morning of 2/27, Stephan took Madeline to school in a silver 2010 Lincoln. Stephan dropped Madeline off a block away from school due to her not wanting to be seen in an old Lincoln. They stated that Madeline forgot her phone at home and that Madeline has ADHD and is usually forgetful. They stated Madeline did not take any personal items or leave any notes, hinting to her running away. There was a text message Madeline sent to a friend, stating when she turns 18, she wants to live in the woods. Jenn and Stephan allowed me to search the residence with negative results for Madeline. Stephan took me to each family member's vehicles outside of the residence with negative results for Madeline inside any of the vehicles. I observed a handgun in the rear back pocket of the driver's seat of the Lincoln, which Stephan stated he usually leaves in the vehicle. Stephan also advised me not to pay attention to the donut tire on his vehicle due to him recently catching a flat tire earlier that day. Nothing to see here. Don't look at my donut tire, officer. Or how does he talk? Don't look at my donut tire, officer.
For donuts.
I responded to the sister's address and spoke with Jennifer's sister, who said she has not seen Madeline since her birthday party on 2/26. She allowed me to search her residence with negative results for Madeline. She allowed me to look in her vehicle as well as inside of a utility van belonging to Madeline's grandfather. The utility van has been turned into an RV, which also had negative results for Madeline. So this is important because we follow more than this case. Let's talk about Sebastian's case for a second. Let's talk about Sebastian's case. Remember, Chris Proudfoot said they went to my family's houses. They went to her family's houses too, and they searched all their vehicles. On 2/27 at 23:01, I responded back out to blank to meet with multiple detectives and their supervisors while they interviewed Madeline's family again. So there's body-worn camera footage of that. And that's the end of that one. Here is a property form for Stephan Sterns. But I can't read it. Can't read it at all. Let me see if I change. Ooh, maybe if I change the contrast, I can. This is a deep dive, guys. And I'm getting a little dry. I'm going to have to get something to drink. Oh, God, that didn't sound good. I'm getting thirsty. Let's see if we can change the contrast and maybe we can read what this says. That's not going to work. I don't know if it's going to work, guys. Nope. It's still, unless you guys can make it out, I can't make that out at all. And I'm pretty sure that's the best I can do. Can y'all read that? I can't change the background and all that. Not on, I mean, this is in my streaming software. Oh, can y'all read it now? Hold on, let me. You guys might be able to read this if you're on your TVs or something. Let me try to get it the best I can, and then y'all can tell me if you can read it. I don't know. I'm no professional here. Yeah, I don't think we can. Unless you guys can make out that. No, but they hand wrote his property on there, is what I'm saying. It's handwritten. I just figured I'd try to make it out. I'll play with it offline and see if we can see it. This, I don't know if it even has anything on it. I can't even tell. Okay, now we've got some legible stuff. Let me get rid of this filter. I want to thank you guys for being here. If you hit that like button, did you forget? If you haven't hit that like button, please hit it. Okay, here we go. A wristwatch was one of them. A blanket, 6 items from the top, and a hat right underneath. Okay. I think it's stuff maybe from his car. I'm not sure. Patrick, do you think perhaps Maddie was pregnant and that's why she was off? Maybe. It said Fitbit. Did it? Okay, so here we go. Evidence seized. Latex gloves in the bottom center console. This is from his vehicle. Cloth gloves, bottom center console. Nail file kit, top center console. Knife, top center console. Napkins, FP seat, front passenger seat. Napkins, front passenger floor. Latex gloves, front passenger floor. Rag, front passenger floor. Towel, right RP floor, right passenger floor, rear passenger floor. Sorry, rear passenger floor. A towel, a black jacket, a latex glove, napkins, and a tan blanket across the back seat. Now, what you're going to find out later, no, I don't think he discarded these things. What you're going to find out later is that tan blanket had white stains. Gray Hughes has the ability to fuck directly off. That's all he has over here.
Bing bong.
If you say Gray Hughes, you lose a testicle.
If you say Ferris Bueller, you lose a testicle.
La, 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 la. You don't hold a count.
Condoms? No. Napkins. A blanket with white stains on it. That's what you have. Then we have swabs, 6 of them. Some trace vacuum filters, 6. Glove box, a 9mm round tire from trunk. Lincoln emblem from trunk, Lincoln emblem from glove box, white rope in the trunk. White rope, black netting, white towel, red hoodie, blue jacket, trash bag, latex glove, front passenger seat and center console, napkins, but beneath front driver's seat and center console, and 7 something LLCs. What does that mean? No, it says a hoodie, not a t-shirt. They got the t-shirt from the house. Oh, you can't even pay me to suck it up. I'd wait. No, they did not take mom to crime scene. No, as a investigator. I don't think it was because he was changing a tire and got dirty, but cricket. I don't know. I'd have to go back and look. What day was this search? The 28th. All of these were the 28th. A Sig Sauer 9mm pistol, a magazine, 13mm live rounds from the pistol, a magazine found in bag on table, 12 9mm live rounds from magazine in bag on table, 1 holster, 1 red t-shirt in dresser room number 4. So the red t-shirt he was wearing was found in room number 4. a white flat sheet from closet, a white flat sheet from bed, white pillowcase from bed, white fitted sheet from bed, and one pair of black boots from room number 4, and one gray comforter from downstairs bedroom. Oh my God. Here's another evidence list. 228-24. White flat sheet from downstairs bedroom. White fitted sheet from downstairs bedroom. Orange bottle of masturbation cream from backpack in bedroom 4. 3 prescription medication belonging to blank downstairs bedroom. 1 strawberry Snuggie. 1 pair of black underwear. 1 pair of black shorts. 1 fitted cat sheet. 1 boxers from laundry. A basket. A composition notebook. A charcoal gray blanket. Another gray blanket. A white and purple flat sheet. A mattress protector. A white and brown blanket. A pink dinosaur blanket. A purple comforter. A gray shirt from hamper. Flat cat sheet. Blue underwear. Phone tripod. A phone tripod, a fitted white purple sheet, comforter in bedroom number 3, and an HP desktop tower. I know, Kimmy. Hey, Kimmy, how are you? Hey, Bunny. Why so many blankets and sheets? Because they all slept together on the daily. That's why. DNA. They also took the black and purple dog seatbelt leash on 229. Then they have a set of swabs from the front driver door compartment. It doesn't say what car. Set of swabs from front passenger door compartment. I'm assuming this is Stephan's car. Set of swabs from rear driver door, rear passenger door, center console, steering wheel and shifter, trace vacuum filters from the Lincoln, a 9mm Luger, and a live round from the glove box. So he had a gun in the car and he had a gun in the home. Yes, because they put the dog leash. Remember in the morning, Jen said the dog leash was out? Or he came in and put the leash on the dog? 5 blue latex gloves from the bottom compartment of the center console. 2 knit gloves. Why would you have knit gloves in Florida? Pocket knife. Napkins from the front passenger's seat. Napkins from the floor. Nail file kit, 6 latex gloves from the passenger door, a rag from the passenger floor, towel from rear passenger floor, black jacket from rear passenger floor, 1 blue latex glove from the rear passenger floor, napkins, tan blanket with white stains from across back seat. Yeah, it was from him changing the tire. He was dirty. Tire from trunk. Lincoln emblem, white rope from trunk, black netting. What would netting be for? White towel, red hoodie, blue puffer jacket, black trash bag. A blue latex glove found between the front passenger seat and the center console. Napkins between front driver's seat and center console. And then the latent lift cards on the Nissan Sentra now. From the Nissan Sentra, which was Jen's, we have a trunk mat, a pillowcase, hair from under the front passenger seat, 2 swabs from stain on interior front driver door jamb. 2 swabs from right passenger armrest. 2 swabs from front passenger armrest. Or rear passenger armrest. I'm getting that confused. 2 swabs from front passenger armrest. So all the armrests in the car, of Jenn's car, swabbed her steering wheel and shifter, the filter, trace filter from the wheel and shifter, or seat and floor. So the whole freaking car, Jenn's car. Then we have some stuff written here that we can't read. That is sick to have those nail kits. Oh my God. Yeah, it's gross, but it's true. Could it be the netting that goes over the thing? You know, the trunk? Why did T-Rev get deleted? Wait a minute. Jess, what's going on? Why did globalism get deleted? Those are okay. Now we're back to search warrants. And this is all going to be the same shit again. And now we have like, oh my gosh, tons of redactions. Hold on. Now we're on page 268. More search warrants for the MKZ and all of the info in the MKZ. There's another search warrant for the property. And then a bunch of redactions. Like 100 pages of redactions. Emergency warrant request cover sheet. This is for them asking for the warrant. And then they say they want DNA genetic material from Stephan Michael Sterns, blood, saliva, or epithelial cells to be collected from Sterns, photographs and swabs of Sterns' penis and clothing worn by Sterns. And that's for the SA crimes. And then they have a brief synopsis of what happened. But let's read and let's skim this and see if we missed anything. See, and here's another lie by Jenn. The mother advised her daughter's stepfather picked her up from home and dropped her off at school. Remember, that's another big lie. No, we can say we can say that. It's okay. If I'm saying it, we can put it in the chat. It's okay, Jess. Jess is a newer mod, you guys. Let's give her some patience here. It's okay, Jess. It's okay. Everybody does that.
Everybody does that. It's okay.
If you're ever unsure, just leave it and see, another mod can take care of it. But I appreciate you, Jess. I do. Don't feel bad. Sometimes it's hard to decipher what we can talk about, I know. But it depends, I guess, on the context, you know what I mean? Just a little patience. Oh, man. So there's another lie from her, though. She said he picked her up from home. He picked her up from home, but he was up in room number 4. Tora, what is wrong with you? Hey, Tora, that was fucking rude. And you know what I have to say to you, Tora? Hang on, I'm finding it. I can't find. Oh, here.
Why about yourself? Why about yourself?
Tora. Oh, she was just kidding. Tora was just kidding. It isn't funny, though. It's not funny. Because Jess felt bad. And Jess is amazing. We love Jess. We love Jess. Jess is our courtroom correspondent for Adam Montgomery case. Jess sat through Little Harmony Montgomery's trial. So don't disrespect our Jess. So then they go over Stephan Sterns' story. Oh, my God. After an extensive canvass of the area and interviews with the victim's family and friends, it was learned it was unusual for the victim to be dropped off down the street from school and not stay in communication with family and friends. Upon review of the contents of Stephan's phone, several images and videos were located which depicted the missing juvenile with her breast, vagina, and anal opening as the focal point of the pictures. There were also pictures and videos depicting the missing juvenile's vagina and mouth being penetrated by a penis. As such, the files depict the SA performance of a child. D.S. Cole has probable cause to believe Stephan was in possession of material depicting the sexual performance of a child. And then they go down to describe his thing. And then they talk about the underwear, shirts, blankets, and sheets. And then it says the detectives searching the residence were contacted and confirmed they found the same distinctive clothing worn by both Stephan and the victim in Stephan's room and the victim's room. So that is how they were able to obtain these warrants. Okay, now we have more stuff from Kissimmee. Let's see what this is. Okay, so Detective Tagler with the Orange County Sheriff's Office was also asked to assist in interviewing Stephan. Detective Tagler would eventually become the lead investigator. So Detective Tagler was provided locations where Stephan's vehicle had been seen during the time Stephan stated he dropped Madeline off at school. Detective Tagler confronted Stephan about his locations during the interview, but Stephan would provide answers that did not match up to his vehicle location. Stephan provided consent to search his phone. However, he stated he accidentally performed the factory reset. Detective Tagler observed Stephan's vehicle exiting the complex with a female wearing a green sweater in the front passenger seat. The female was slumped over to her left, which is an abnormal way for a person to be seated in a vehicle. And that was how they secured the residence. This is the search warrant. So it says here, upon my arrival, this is Detective Mark Morris. He arrived and they were waiting for forensics to execute the search warrant. And that was while they were waiting for that search warrant, the subsequent search warrant was executed on Stephan's phone. So this was going on simultaneously. They reviewed Stephan's phone and discovered several images were saved in a Google Drive. A separate search warrant was served to Google, and upon the receipt of Stephan's Google Drive, a separate search or several images and videos were located, which depicted an apparent child with her breast, vagina, and anal opening as the focal point. And they discovered that those while they were waiting to get into the house. Corporal Ilgen and I responded to the Orange County Sheriff's Office where deputies had already arranged for Jennifer and Stephan to be transported there for a press conference. So Jennifer and Stephan were about to do a press conference on Madeline's disappearance, and they got the videos and images back from his phone. I was shown the contents of Stephan's Google Drive where one folder that appeared dedicated to Madeline contained over 1,700 files. A majority of these photographs and videos showed her in different sexual positions. Based upon these images, Orange County detectives began to author an arrest warrant for Stephan. And this was on the 27th? 28th. Wednesday. Due to the fact that most of these images appeared to have occurred at the residence, probable cause was provided from the Kissimmee Police Department, and Detective Moore wrote the arrest warrant charging Stephan with sexual battery and possession of child pornography. While the arrest warrant was being written, at approximately 16:45 hours, I contacted Blank in a conference room at the sheriff's office. Blank was asked questions about Blank being missing and the dynamics of the household. This is Jennifer. Jennifer stated her and Stephan had been dating on and off for approximately 7 years. Stephan had moved out of the home in the later part of 2023. Jennifer stated while they were together, they would either all sleep in the same bed or Madeline would sleep with her when Stephan was not there. When asked if it was normal that Stephan and Madeline sleep together without her being there, she said yes. Jennifer stated if she needed a good night's sleep due to her anxiety, she would ask them to sleep in a different bedroom. Orange County detectives had previously shown Jennifer photographs of Stephan's penis for ID purposes. Jennifer did not want to believe Madeline and Stephan were engaged in sexual activity. Thank you, Anna Pekarsky. Thank you so much. Jen asked to see the image of Stephan and Madeline. OMG. I pulled out a picture from a printed picture from Stephan's Google Drive that showed Maddie with Stephan's penis in her mouth. Jen said she didn't recognize anything in the picture, as if she was in denial. However, she became visibly upset. I asked Jen additional questions unrelated to this particular case. I excused myself and told her I was going back to speak with Stephan. I contacted Stephan in an interview room at the sheriff's office. Stephan was asleep when I entered the room. Oh my God. Along with Corporal Ilgen. After introducing ourselves, I explained the reason why we were there speaking with him. I read Stephan his Miranda warnings, which he waived and agreed to speak with us. Stephan stated he had known Jen for several years and they dated for most of that time. I asked Stephan what the sleeping arrangements were within the home. Stephan stated Blank typically sleeps with Blank in Blank's bed. Stephan stated Blank wanted them all to sleep in the same bed when he returned from being away for several months. Stephan stated Madeline always needed human contact when going to sleep. Stephan referred to it as snuggling. As the interview went on, I asked Stephan if Blank has ever been sexually active with anyone in the past. Madeline. Stephan stated there was an incident when she was much younger. Oh my God.
Street town, dude.
Stephan said Madeline did something with a phone or camera, but she wasn't scolded for it. Stephan said she was very young when this happened. I asked Stephan if he provided Orange County deputies consent to search his phone. He said yes. I asked Stephan if he had a Google account. He said he did. When I asked Stephan if he saved pictures, he said sometimes. Stephan stated he did have pictures of him and Maddie saved to that account. When I asked Stephan about all the pictures he had saved, Stephan then asked if he should be talking to a lawyer. Shortly after that, Stephan requested an attorney. Stephan was arrested for sexual battery, familial custodial authority when the victim was under 12, and possession of child pornography. A search warrant was obtained to collect DNA from Stephan. Oh my God. Oh, fuck. Okay, this next part is bad. I'm gonna go grab something to drink. I need to get up for a minute. But I'm gonna finish a little more of this before we wrap it up. I'm getting a little antsy here, but I've got to go grab something to drink. I'll be right back. I can't believe she asked to see the picture. Okay. Let's see what page we're on. We are on like 300 and something. Okay, so the next thing is the description of a file that they found on Stephan's phone. It says description, and it's from 7/2/2019. This is going to be July of 2019. Video file depicting a prepubescent female resembling Madeline, who would have been 8 years and 4 months old. Madeline is laying next to Stephan in a bed watching cartoons on the television. Stephan is asking Madeline to put his pee in her mouth for 3 seconds as he counts. Stephan states Madeline would not be able to play with a phone unless she did it. Fucking monster. You fucking monster. Oh my God. This is the worst thing I've ever heard. Oh my God. I'm not even going to read all these. This is sick. He did things to her while she was sleeping. 11 years old. 11 years, 5 months old while she's sleeping. He's doing this. He's violating her while she's sleeping. Here's another one. 11 years, 5 months old. He's doing it while she's underneath a blanket. And these are all, you can see the files are the dates. So that one's 2019. He kept that one. These are all 2022. So we have March 21st, July 22nd, July 29th, August 2nd, August 2nd, August 10th. August 15th. August 16th. August 18th. There were hundreds of other images containing Madeline within Stephan's Google account, with most of them depicting sexual activity. A copy of Stephan's Google account was submitted into evidence. I've never heard something so fucking horrific. You guys, this is poor kids, man. Poor Maddie. And then we hear she didn't like her real dad. She told her friends she didn't even like him. Was she really close with this stepmother? She was failed by everybody. I think we're not going to have any more of that. I think that's I can't hold myself to that. That's not going to be mentioned again, but this is all of the just confidential reports. And then we have the same narrative. So on 2/29 at 1:23 in the morning, they put the yellow police tape. Remember, we saw the videos of them standing out in the parking lot? That was when that happened. And then we have the arrest warrant. We've seen. This guy is a fucking monster, man. Monster. And we've seen his charges. We've seen the narrative. See, a lot of this is repetitive. Victim notification card they fill out. Who's the victim? Who's the victim? Is it Jenn? Victim received a copy of the Victim Witness Rights Domestic Violence brochure. Wow. So now we have redactions. Let's see. Emergency warrant cover sheet. And then we have more search warrants here. Which we've seen all of this. Yeah, see, this is all the same. Because they have to attach this to all the search warrants. So a lot of this is definitely repetitive. Okay, now this is Florida Department of Law Enforcement, FDLE. And this just goes over all of the forensics of the cars again. This is evidence submitted to FDLE on March 13th. The buccal swabs, the penile swabs, the DNA card from blank. This must be from Maddie. DNA card from blank. Left fingernail clippings from Maddie. Right fingernail clippings. Neck swabs. Left neck and right neck swabs. And if you remember, I hate to bring up Chris Watts, but they swabbed those girls' necks, and those were never tested. Did you guys know that? Did you guys know that they swabbed Bella and Cece Watts' necks, but never ran testing on them? Because Chris confessed. To their narrative. Right hand swabs, left hand swabs, rectal swabs, vaginal swabs, hair, breast swabs, and oral swabs from the victim. Item 4. What's item 4? A donor to item 4. No DNA results. Foreign Stephan Sterns were obtained from item 4. Item 6 failed to give chemical indications for presence of blood. Item number 5 is expected to be a donor to item number 6. So item number 5 is DNA and then left fingernail clippings from Maddie. Oh, man. This one right here. Item 7, right fingernail clippings gave chemical indications for the presence of blood. Right hand swabs from Madeline gave chemical indications for the presence of blood. Left hand swabs from Madeline, presence of blood. The DNA results from item 10, which was her left hand, demonstrated the presence of a mixture. The data was not interpretable. Rectal swabs, indications for the presence of blood. Possible hairs were observed on item 11, but were not removed or examined. Vaginal swabs using a color change test gave chemical indications for the presence of blood. Item number 5 is expected to be a donor to item 12. That's Stephan Sterns. Hair collected from vaginal swabs. A possible hair was examined, but this hair was not suitable for STR DNA analysis and was returned to the original package. Another possible hair was observed, but not removed or examined. Breast swabs, no indication of blood, but had a presence of a mixture. Oral swabs had a chemical indication for the presence of blood from Madeline. I'm trying to decipher this the best I can. The DNA profiles obtained from 3 and 5 were entered into CODIS. So they put his DNA in CODIS, and then PCR-based STR DNA analysis was performed on samples from the following items. Sperm cell fractions does not confirm the presence of seminal material. Don't really understand all of that, but here is another list of evidence. We have purple iPhone with clear case with cherry design, a black Samsung phone, one female black short with white stripe, one pink female undergarment. And then we have all of the stuff that was found in the car, we've already gone over. Yeah, we've gone over all of this evidence. So the HP, but this gives a location of the HP laptop, was located in the bedroom area of the living room. So, you know, where they had that little divider? That seems to be where they found that desktop computer, in that living room area. One red shirt in bedroom number 4. So there was a pair of black boots, a red shirt. There was a composition notebook in the bedroom area of the living room. That must be what was his stuff. Black shorts from the bedroom area of living room, a white mattress protector, and then all the sheets from bedroom 4. And then we have a tripod in the bedroom area of the living room. Boxers, white pillowcase from bedroom number 4. We have a white and brown blanket from the bedroom area of the living room. There's a holster in bedroom 4. So he had live rounds in bedroom 4 as well. The white purple flat sheet was from the bedroom area of the living room. So was a pink dinosaur blanket. Blue underwear were in the bedroom area of the living room. Oh my God. This is all car stuff. Black wallet with a chain that spells Natalia, containing U.S. currency. Miscellaneous cards with the names Simone Prado, Cassiano Moselle, and Ken Moselle. I don't know what the fuck that's from. A black wallet with a chain. DVR. A DVR. We have Madeline's math books, a trash bag, white croc, 2 swabs of wearer DNA from insole of one white croc, the right foot. They swabbed the handle of the backpack, the zipper tags of the backpack. House in Nissan Sentra. So this is all the stuff we just went over. And look, they have highlighted some of these things. The white flat sheet from bedroom 4, the 2 sheets, look at, they're highlighted. And the pillowcase too. From bedroom number 4. And then another sheet from bedroom number 4 is highlighted. So there was black boots, sheets, masturbation cream. And then there's a comforter in bedroom 3. Another comforter in the downstairs bedroom. A pair of black underwear in the bedroom area of living room. Good Lord above. What was going on in this house? Purple comforter from the bedroom area. The phone tripod, that is concerning. The desktop computer. This is all from the Nissan here. From Jen's car. We went over that as well. And they have it labeled where they found the stuff, like in the house or at the dump in the Nissan. Now this is crazy. So this says 407-256-1832. These are Verizon records for, it says Christopher Sterns. So this is it says C. Sterns, but is it because the car was in his dad's name, but this is a phone number. Was he on his dad's phone, or is this actually, are they looking for C. Sterns? This is where I got confused in here. Yeah, too many underwear and yes. Yes. They sectioned off a place in the living room with a little screen. Well, the friend said that she thought it was Jenn's family that didn't have enough money and they were, living there. Christopher Sterns. Maybe he was on his dad's plan, is what I'm thinking. He was core, and, he kept that video from 2019, which was really, really sick. Sounds like the bedding in the bedroom area, living room may have been Maddie's. It sounds to me like they just went around, different areas of this house. And that's why I'm so curious about these roommates. Where the hell is Jenn Soto? Bedroom or filming room? Yeah, just like Santa's. Just like Henry Cox had in Santa's house. He had his filming room. And he was also caught his face in the mirror filming what he was doing to little kids in Santa's house. So check this out. I'm going to scroll through. This is all of the vehicle sightings they have. And look at the times are at the top. They went back to 225 and they're following his ass to see where he went before he picked up Maddie at the party. They followed him from Northport all the way up to Orlando. And I mean, literally, you guys, this is, look at 1950. This is by the minute. By the freaking minute. Look at, I mean, I could keep going and going for probably an hour and scroll through these. This is 1955 to 1956. 2001 to 2002. I mean, God almighty. You think we have any privacy out there? Nope. And I did take a look at these yesterday. I mean, there's probably 100 of these. Look at this ish. I still think that's possible they're connected too. And Santa's trial got pushed back, and so did Sterns. I think Sterns starts in August, but I doubt it will because his death penalty, they're probably going to get a continuance. That's just my opinion. But Santa's was supposed to go on this past week, and now he's set for trial in August, or July or August. And I would love to attend his trial. It's going to be a 3-day trial. But I would have to stay in Orlando because it's too far to drive. And I don't know, maybe Island would want to come and meet me. But we would have to get a hotel and we'd have to stay there for 3 days. But I want to see what's mentioned because it's a federal case. So it's not going to be televised. It's not going to be televised. Yes, Micro Kimmy, we should expect to see this in the Koberger trial. So this is 225 still. We're not even to the date she went missing yet. Okay. Here's 225. Look at, we're still 225. These are all different cell tower triangulations or whatever they call them to literally nail his ass down. Yes, it's open to the public, but federal cases are never televised. You have to literally go there. And it's in Orlando at the federal courthouse. And they said it's going to last 3 days. So at least we know it's not going to be really long, but I would love to attend. Absolutely. Granny, you should come down and go. Okay, so here's more. We're on page 545. We're still on 225. Like literally most of this is this stuff. And I'm not even joking. Let's go to page 584. See this? These are all the vehicle sightings, you guys. It's nuts. That amount of pics. Yeah, I mean, ugh. Is she going to be a witness, you guys? I don't think I can handle that. I don't think I can handle Jenn being a witness. Jay and Silent Island strike again. It would just be interesting to see what goes on in Santa's trial. Here's more of his locations. I mean, we're on page 603 now. 621. Now we're on 226, though. This is at 10 o'clock in the morning. So this is where they... Here, let's take a look at this. See, look at how they tracked him that morning. They're like, where were you? Because we got you right here, motherfucker. Like, minute by minute. Page 625. Now we're at 10:44 in the morning. I mean, they know where this dude was. This is all that morning, you guys. And I'm just skipping. We're almost to page 650. We're on page 650. That's why I thought we could get through this, because all of this stuff, like here's where he was at the vape shop, 11:20 to 11:25. But remember, he told them he was there at 9, waiting for them to open. Hey, hometown cooter, how are you, my dear? Hometown cooter, I hope you're doing well. You think they have plans for Jenn? I certainly hope so. I'd hate to see her get a deal and testify against him. God, she asked for a picture, you guys. I am shook by that. I mean, we're almost to page 700. Here's page 700. And we're still tracking him on February 26th at 1:10. So they have him way down in St. Cloud. See over here where the blue thing is, where it says 192 in Vermont? That's when his ass was down in St. Cloud. Oh, Santa lives right around that spot right there. Hold on. Hold on. We have to do a little investigating here. Because that is so close to Santa's house right there. I want to throw up. Does anyone remember Santa's address by chance? Let me see if I can find it really fast because I want to see. Okay, I've got the criminal complaint here. Let's see. Mia, thank you for being a member for 5 months. She thinks it's connected as well. I know, I'm trying to find it. I got the thing. Hold on. Oh, Cricket, who is Santa? We have got to direct you to my videos about Santa. I'm scrolling through this complaint right now to see if it should say their damn. I went through this too. This criminal complaint of Santa is disgusting. Am I missing something here? It just says in Osceola County. It doesn't. No, I haven't heard that she's been spotted anywhere. Hold on, I'm going to find this. Countryside Drive. Okay, what is the house number, though? Well, I guess we don't really need the house number, but... Thank you, Granny. 3326 Countryside View Drive. Thank you, Granny. Okay. Let's go to Google. And let's see how close this is. Granny is the goat today.
I want this to be crystal clear.
Okay, 3326 Countryside. St. Cloud. Countryside View Drive, St. Cloud. All right, let me share my screen so we can kind of do these side by side here. I want to see if he drove near there. Oh my God, I'll throw up. Let's see. Okay, let's zoom out here. I can't believe I'm still live at 3 o'clock. What the hell has this day become? A 4.5 hour stream. Almost 5 hour stream. Well, let's make it the same view like they have. That might make it easier. I want to try to match it up, but I'm not the best at this. I feel like... Here we go. Like that. Okay, yeah. All right. Let me take this one. This helps me because I'm not the greatest at this kind of stuff. Okay, so up here we have the same view right here, okay? Because you see this. This is the East Lake Tohopekaliga. I love trying to say Indian names. But that's the lake right there, okay? Santa's freaking house is the red pin. Oh my God, he's fucking close. Let's zoom in a little more. Oh my God, Kimmy. Flower power. I'm not going to leave you. Thank you for your super chat. Please don't leave us. I love your thoughts on this. I'm not. I just can't believe we're still live. So Santa's house is pretty farther south. So let's go back to our thing here and let's follow Sterns and see where he goes. Nope. Look at, he didn't go south. He didn't go south. He stayed up. Oh, thank God. I was like, oh my God, if he did go there, I would freak out. Well, let's go back up and see when he enters the St. Cloud area. Okay, here he's on 192 heading over. Now he's heading into St. Cloud. You see him on the top screen is going to be Sterns. Can you guys see his little car moving along that road? Hey, Casey, welcome back. So he moves along here. He keeps going. I'm not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater yet because we're going to follow him. He's at westbound 192 and Old Hickory Tree Road right now. Well, let's move our map over a little bit. Because he's going to the dump site right now. Because the dump site is, if you look on the bottom map, the dump site is near Alligator Lake right here. Okay. So he's heading that way. He's heading towards Alligator Lake. But we'll see what he does on the way back. It's super close. Wait, now he's going back up. He's going back up now. I'm confused. Because now he's back up in Kissimmee. He didn't even go all the way over there, according to this. Because this is now back up in, where is this? Oh, he's up in Kissimmee. Because here's Gatorland. I see Gatorland on here. So he's back up by their house. So when did he go all the way over to that alligator to dump her and got the flat tire? This is all Kissimmee. On the 26th, this is the afternoon. He's back up in Kissimmee. Does he go back down to... No, this would be when they're looking for her, allegedly. And then he went home. Remember, he was at home cleaning while Jenn was feeding this line of bullshit to her family. But my question is, when in the hell did he dump her? It had to have been back at that spot. That's really weird. There's hundreds of these. I can't even believe how many of these there are. I want to go back to when... I want to go to his first pings now. Let's go where they first start. When he came up from Northport. They don't even show him coming from Northport, though. I wonder what route he took from Northport to Jenn's. Because all of these are in Kissimmee. There's Gatorland again. Kissimmee. There's like 300 pages of these. That's the only time he goes down the St. Cloud area, it looks like. Let's walk through that again. This is all in Kissimmee, you guys. Vine Street. He doesn't start making his way down until right about here. This is when he starts heading down Santa's way. God, I can't imagine being an investigator and having to sift through this stuff. So this is when he starts coming down. Let's follow this again. No, 192 in Delaware is where we have him there. Mississippi. Old Hickory Tree Road. That's where he dumped her, isn't it? Yep. Here's Old Hickory Tree Road. If we put in Madeline Soto Memorial, it actually comes up on Google. It used to. Why is it gone? Wow, it used to come up on here. It was removed. That's weird. I thought she was by Alligator Lake. But they show him. I'm fucking confused. Let's see. Let's keep going. Yeah, he's already going back up. So this would be the furthest he went. 192 in Old Hickory Tree Road. This is 192. And this is Old Hickory Tree Road right here. So he was there. Let's see the time frame that he did this in. So he got there at 14:11. I hope someone's taking notes because I'm not. 14:11 to 11. He arrived at the dump site. Because look. He was at home. Oh my God, you guys. Listen to this, okay? Hear me out. Hear me out. He was at home from 13:17 to 14:10. Welcome, Barb. Thank you for joining today. From 1:17 to 2:10, he was at home. And then we have him. What? And then we have him all the way down here at 2:11. I don't get that. 2:12. He's in this vicinity. 2:16, 2:18, 2:19. He's heading back. How does that go? I don't get that. Oh my God, it is. So now he's heading back home because remember, he told them he got home at 2:35, I think. And he missed Jenn because remember she wanted to go to BJ's and do the order and all that. And she just went ahead and went and, to retrieve Madeline. But at 2:38, he's still not home. $2:41. Let's see, when does he arrive home? Yeah, he's home at 2:40 and he's cleaning at this point in time. That's when Jenn went and he went and cleaned. And then they have this redacted. At 2:47 p.m., the day she went missing, this location is redacted. Dyer Boulevard and 192. Is that where they live? Let's see. Yep. Dyer Boulevard and 192. Huh. I can't wait to see all this in trial. It would be so interesting to have it explained. Here's another one that's redacted here at 3:25. Another one, 3:26. These are all redacted out. Huh. Okay, so let's get rid of this map. And then I think we'll be able to finish this, guys. We're almost done, actually. We are almost done. I want to thank everyone that has been here for the majority of the day. I know some people are dropping off, probably lunch break or something, or have to go home, but I appreciate you guys sticking around. This is a lot to go through, but I really didn't want to have to do it more than once just because it's a tough thing to talk about. And I was hoping to kind of get it done in one live stream. So let's see where we are. So we are on page... Let's go to 800. 800 is still maps. We are almost through. So here's some more maps. All from the 26th. It's just one after another. They end on page 862. And this is the last 4 minutes of the day of the 26th. And then we have more scouring of 2250 San Vital Drive. They don't know these people. They haven't seen them. So, I mean, this is just another canvas. What is this? Declaration of Business Records. Capital One. That's his damn. Oh, that's his. Sterns had a purple Apple iPhone with clear case with cherry design. Wait. Sterns is the suspect, and then the victim is Madeline. It's blacked out. Then it says purple iPhone with clear case with cherry design, and a black wallet with a chain that spells Natalia, containing U.S. currency, miscellaneous cards with the names Simone M. Prado, Cassiana Moselle, and Ken Moselle. Who the hell are they? Do I even want to know? Whose wallet is that? You know I'm Googling them. Who is this girl?
La, 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 la. You don't hold account.
Weird. Okay. Now this is all redacted. Place of birth, Illinois. Thank you for correcting me on that earlier. So is that Stephan's wallet or what? What is that? Are those like, you know how Brian Koberger had like cards? Yeah, we're doing the members only live at 8 o'clock tonight. We are still on. Okay, let me see something here. Could the phone be? I think the phone probably was Maddie's, right? With a cherry design. It's purple. Okay, this is the same narrative. Okay, so here we go. Let's read through this because this contradicts Jenn again. The initial responding deputies made contact with Madeline's mother, blank, and and Jennifer's boyfriend, Stephan. Stephan said he dropped her off a block away at 8:25, between 8:25 and 8:40. And then he said that he saw her walking in the direction of the school. He went to the smoke shop, but it was closed. Then he went home and he waited an hour before going back to the smoke shop at 11 and then staying out to complete some errands and got home at 2:30. Now this is where Jenn lies. Madeline's mother stated she last saw at 8 o'clock in the morning on February 26th, saw Madeline as she was getting ready for school. Madeline left with Stephan. At 1600 hours, when Jennifer went to pick up Madeline from school, she was informed Madeline did not make it to first period. After checking nearby places, Madeline sometimes goes after school, which we found out was another lie. Jenn called 911 to report her missing. Attempts were made to track her laptop, her school-issued laptop. However, the last ping, this is interesting, the last pinged location of the laptop was near downtown Orlando from Saturday, February 22nd. So did Jenn and her mother go, why were they in downtown Orlando on Saturday? And why did she have her school-issued laptop on Saturday with her? Why would she have her school-issued laptop on Saturday at downtown Orlando? That's what it said, right? Downtown Orlando? Where is that part? Yeah, downtown Orlando. Saturday, February 22nd. Give me just 1 second, guys. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Okay, sorry about that. And thank you for your patience today. This has been interesting. So yeah, what do you guys think about that? About her laptop being in Orlando? Where do you think they went? Where do you think they went? The 22nd was Maddie's birthday. Right, but they don't live in downtown Orlando. Unless she left it in there from school on Friday in Jenn's car. I think that's weird too. But they pinged it in downtown Orlando. You got to remember, they live in Kissimmee. Maybe Jenn's car, maybe when she went to work or something. I don't know. It's just odd. A camera was located at a nearby church, and that's the Peace Church we've heard about, which showed what appeared to be a juvenile being dropped off at the church at approximately 8:40 by a dark car. The juvenile sits in the parking lot for approximately 15 minutes before walking away. Deputies spoke with an unidentified church employee who stated she remembered seeing a juvenile fitting Madeline's description sitting in the parking lot at approximately 8:40. A canine track was completed from that location, which did not yield results. We saw that. So was that just another kid that was dropped off in a dark car and sat there and then just went to school, or what? Was Maddie removed from her phone unless she did SA, like when she was 8? That's what I was wondering. I was just sitting here thinking, you just like read my mind. Because I was just sitting here thinking, what did this poor girl have to do to earn her privileges? Yes. Your aunt lives there? Sweet. Plan a trip with the kids. Bring the kids down. Yep, it should be right there in Orlando. And Santa's is in Orlando as well at the federal courthouse. Is Disney World downtown Orlando? Actually, Disney World is Kissimmee. It's actually in Kissimmee. Downtown Orlando is actually like a city. It's different. They say Disney's in Orlando, but it's actually not. Like downtown Disney, they call it, but that's in Kissimmee. Right. What did she have to do to get access to her phone? And is there a reason why she didn't have it? Yeah, Saturday doesn't work. You're right. The 22nd was a Thursday. That's what I was thinking too. Something didn't sound right to me, but you're right. Her birthday was on that Thursday. But where did I see that? Saturday, February 22nd. Oh shit. I wonder what the correct date is then. If it was it Thursday, February 22nd or Saturday, February 25th. I'm thinking it was probably Thursday. But why was she in downtown Orlando? Maybe she went out for her birthday with her mom or something. Who knows? It doesn't say anything about that. Why would a wallet say Natalia? I'm leaving those punks. Leave them with your aunt. You and I will go to the trial. What was the name on the wallet? It was Natalia. Natalia. It could have been a friend, but it said it was a wallet with a silver chain. So is it like a wristlet with a silver chain? You know? Black wallet with a chain. That's all it says. A chain that spells Natalia. Containing U.S. currency, miscellaneous cards with the names Simone Prado, Cassiano Moselle, and Ken Moselle. I know Granny will look into that shit. Let's see what else is on here. So the juvenile that was seen on the camera. Okay, so here is another investigative detail. As the on-call domestic crimes detective, I was notified of this incident about the person being dropped off. After being briefed of the above information and inquiring further, I determined Madeline was not diagnosed with any medical or mental condition which posed a risk to her health or safety. Madeline did not make any suicidal statements prior to this incident, and no suspicious circumstances existed at this time. Given the information obtained by responding deputies during the preliminary investigation, Madeline did not appear to be missing under any involuntary circumstances, and no suspicious circumstances were articulated at the time of the initial response. They had no You guys hear this? They had no suspicious circumstances in the very beginning.
What?
The next morning, on Tuesday, I completed investigative follow-up, making contact with Jennifer, Stephan, Jennifer's roommate, blank, and blank's grandmother, blank. On Tuesday, the next morning, I completed investigative follow-up, making contact with Jennifer, Stephan, Jennifer's roommate, blank, and Maddie's grandmother, blank. I also responded to the church and obtained a copy of the video. In the video, I observed an individual being dropped off in the church parking lot by a dark sedan. The individual gets out of the rear driver's side of the vehicle. After the vehicle drives away, the individual walks out of camera view towards Town Loop Boulevard. Out of camera view. Due to the quality of the video, I was unable to positively identify the individual seen in the video as Madeline. And I was unable to accurately describe the vehicle or the individual's clothing. After completing interviews, I obtained consent to search blank's phone from blank, Madeline's phone from blank, and a forensic examination was completed. I also completed a query of license plate readers, which revealed certain inconsistencies. Okay, so they picked up on the inconsistencies the next morning. A review of camera footage in the area where Madison was allegedly dropped off also revealed inconsistencies. Now, we're almost done. This is going to be our final narrative, I think. The interviews. So this is going to be interesting. Interviews of, this must be Jenn Soto. Interview number 1. February 27th, 2024 at 11:16 in the morning. So this is the next morning when they saw these inconsistencies. All right, this is going to be good. Jennifer stated the last time she saw Madeline was on the night of Sunday, February 25th at approximately 11 p.m. inside the home when she was going to bed. First inconsistency, she told the other officer that she saw her at 8 o'clock in the morning getting ready. Then she told another detective that she had Stephan come in the room with the leash. She helped him put the leash on the dog, and she heard voices in the kitchen and figured Madeline was getting ready for school. At this time, Jenn sent Madeline and Stephan up to a guest bedroom, also known as bedroom number 4. All three were originally going to sleep in Jennifer's bed. However, Jennifer stated she needed to get some rest due to her new job making her very tired. Now, mind you, she got home at 10:30 and she told them to go up to room number 4 at 11. She was only home for a half an hour. Allegedly. Allegedly. She was only home for a half an hour. She stated she needed to get some rest Due to her new job making her very tired, she would sleep better alone, and Stephan was going to get Madeline ready for school in the morning anyway. Oh, yeah, why not? Why not? He's going to get her ready anyway. What a piece of crap this woman is. She would sleep better alone, and Stephan was going to get Madeline ready anyway. Stephan no longer lives in the home with Jennifer and Madeline, as he moved out in December of 2023. However, he has come to visit 2 or 3 times since then. Now, why is he coming to visit? Why is this stupid bitch letting him come visit? I'd like to know what made him move out in the first place. What made him move out in the first place in December? And was he kicked out? Was it his choice? Was it Jen's choice? Was it Jen's mom's choice? Like, whose choice was it that he move out and come back to freaking visit? And why? What's the point? When Stephan visits the home, he will sleep in the guest bedroom upstairs, while Madeline and Jenn sleep together downstairs. So who was sleeping in the living room, bedroom, cordoned off area? That's what I want to know. Whose area was that? Was that, like Granny said, was that the filming area? Was that their staged area with a tripod? I'll tell you what, if Jenn Soto shows her face publicly, I don't know. I mean, Casey Anthony does, I guess. But damn, man, I just can't even believe this shit. The reason Stephan moved out is because he was offered a job by his father. So now here we come with Daddy-O. And didn't Chase tell me in my interview with him, Stephan's friend Chase, say that they did work for his dad way back in the day too? As he was a real estate agent, they would do things, take pictures of homes for him, drive around and get pictures. Pretty sure he did. So the job fell through and he's trying to move back. Typically when Stephan visits, he will stay for a few days. However, this time he planned to stay for a week. Now listen to this. Stephan either arrived on Saturday, February 24th or the morning of Sunday, February 25th. However, Jenn doesn't remember when. And that Stephan's dad was quiet and his mom was crazy. Mm-hmm. Maybe I can help. Yes, they worked for my dad. Who's your dad, maybe? What is that? What do you mean? Who are you to them? Oh, worked for dad. I'm sorry, I read that wrong. I'm like, what? It's a weird place to have roommates, that's for sure. The grandmother didn't want him there. She didn't like him. On the morning of February 26, 2024, Jenn was woken up by Stephan taking their dog for a walk at 7 or 8 in the morning. Jenn further explained she did not actually hear Madeline getting ready in the morning specifically, as there are 2 roommates in the home. Oh my God. Jenn fell back asleep shortly after being woken up. At approximately 9 o'clock, Jenn woke up again and Stephan had not returned home after taking Madeline to school. Jenn had an appointment at approximately 9:30. He took their dog for a walk at 7 or 8. How did he get Maddie out of the house? Do you think this happened in the house? Because I do. I'm suspicious of the roommates too. They were up and awake in the kitchen? Stephan called Jenn on the phone at approximately 10:18. So she notices at 9 that he's not home, but she doesn't like call him or anything. Like, hey, where are you? Are you okay? Like, if my husband goes somewhere and he doesn't come back, like, you know how long it takes someone to do something. If they're not back and it goes unusually a long time, like he left at 7, he said. You would think you'd, shoot him a text and be like, hey, you okay? Like, what are you doing? But these people are fucking weirdos, so. I'm trying to watch my mouth, but it's hard. Stephan called her at 10:18 to inform her he just returned home from completing some errands. So notice how they overlap? How she didn't have to see him. Like, she went to her doctor's appointment, and then while she was at her doctor's appointment, he come home. Laureen, it could be either that she was going to tell. Maybe she was threatening to tell. Maybe she was pregnant. Absolutely, Natalie. We'll make it a group event. Exactly. He slept there. Right. She told them to go up into room number 4, but she's telling them also that he came to the home that morning and picked her up. But we find out that he got there either Saturday night or Sunday. So if they give this bitch a deal and let her testify against him for no charges, I'll be sick. Because think about it. If her friend said that she missed her period in January and then she got it 2 weeks later, maybe it was spotting, I always thought that maybe he didn't take her home after the party, too. But it sounds like they went up into room number 4, and they had a lot of evidence from room number 4. So why would he need a hotel when he could do it in room number 4? I don't think he took her anywhere. I think he did it at home. There is no excuse. He should have never essayed her in the beginning. So there's no excuse for that. How the hell does she have room numbers with renters in the same home as her young daughter? How is that safe for Maddie? It's not. Well, and if she was being essayed, I mean, she may bleed anyways. I mean, not to be gross, but. Right, she got dropped off at home and Sterns was there. Sterns was already there, I think. Because Jenn just said he came either in the morning of Sunday or the night of Saturday. So they're freaking liars. Michelle says if she was pregnant, it would have been death penalty for 2 lives in Florida. That's true. They can always add charges later, too. I don't know. I want to know how a doctor never knew anything. I don't know. Maybe she hadn't had a female exam yet. How would they know? The roommates must be witnesses because they're blanked out. Kelly, I've never heard that before. Granny, oh my God, I remember Jenn said she didn't use her phone or laptop after the party. Yes, she did. And remember, her friend said she didn't hear from her after the party either. I wonder if it's because she had to earn it. Oh my God. Did he have that shit taken away that night? Did he have that shit taken away when she got home and he said, you're not going to get your phone? And that's why they had her stuff. Not because she was forgetful, but because she had to earn it and Stephan took it away. Is that why Stephan had the phone with the cherry case, the purple phone with the cherry case on it? Because he was punishing her for not doing what he wanted? Y'all, I wonder what happened in that house. And where were the roommates? Where were the roommates when she got home from the party? And these roommates didn't know that Jenn was sending them up to room number 4 together? Oh, I know, Barbarossa. It sickens me beyond belief. I am just appalled. No, Stephan didn't. Well, yeah, who took her to the party? Huh. Sarah says Jenn needs to do time, set a precedent so this shit stops. No deal, no bargains, no good time. I agree. Do you guys, not to change the subject, but did you guys hear the story about the dad? Law and Crime reported on it. The dad that's he put Xanax in his daughters and her friends' smoothies, and they had a sleepover. And he spent the whole day grooming them. He took them to get their nails done. He did all this stuff. He had them in the hot tub. He did all this, and then he made them smoothies, and he gave them a straw, each with a different color, and encouraged them to drink their own. And then when the girls laid down to go to sleep that night in the basement, he creeped down there, and one girl was awake. And he was moving their arms away from each other. He put his finger under one of their noses to see if they were asleep. And then the girl called her mom. Her mom didn't answer. And then she called a family friend, and the mom came over and was like, these girls are going home. And he was like, why don't you just come back in the morning? And she was like, nope, we're taking the girls home. Do you want to know how much time he got? He took a plea bargain. You guys are about to get pissed. You're about to get pissed. He got 24 months. "24 months. His wife divorced him. He lost everything, and he was living in a camper before his arrest. 24 months, and you know he won't do those. You know he won't do 24 months. So what's he going to get out and do next? Because now he's lost everything. So God knows what kind of person he's going to be now. California, I believe. I believe it was California. Let me look it up so I can tell you guys. I was sickened. Law and Crime had a thing on it. Actually, you know what we'll do? We'll watch the Law and Crime thing when we're done, because we're almost done here. As if this stream hasn't been long enough, but we are. Like, we're literally almost done. But let me give you guys the link to that. As well, because it pissed me the freak right off. Yeah, it was reported 3 months ago, and he took a plea deal. Why would you give this piece of shit a plea deal? Mike Maiden is his name. Mikemeyden. Lake Oswego, Oregon. Lake Oswego, Oregon. He's accused of drugging 3 girls during a sleepover in August of 2023. Okay, so I've got the video. I'm going to share it in the chat, and then we're going to finish this, and then we'll watch that, because you know, why are we putting this guy back out there, right? Like, what's he going to do now? He was an architect. He lived in $1 million home. $1 million home. Go save that to your watch laters, too. Okay, so let's continue with Sterns. I just couldn't believe he got 24 months. It's sick. And these girls, when you hear what the witnesses said, when they're appalled, they're pissed. The parents are pissed. Okay, so back to Sterns. He says that he, let's see. Stephan called Jenn at 10:18 to inform her he just returned from completing errands. So he did errands in the morning, then he did them in the afternoon. Stephan informed Jenn he originally planned to take Maddie to a nearby McDonald's for breakfast. However, she did not wish to go. So he took her directly to school. Stephan also informed Jenn he attempted to go to a smoke shop immediately after dropping Madeline off. However, it was closed. Stephan then returned to the home at 10 o'clock and spent some time there before going back out to the smoke shop. So what I'd like to know is who was home at 10 o'clock and what did he do? Jenn returned home at 11:15. At that time, Stephan had returned to the home. Afterwards, Jenn waited at home until 2:30, at which time she left to pick Maddie up from school. At approximately 1600 hours, Jenn waited 10 minutes for Maddie to come out. However, she did not come out. Jenn did not remember if the school didn't remember if she told Madeline she was going to pick her up that day. So Jenn drove to her mother's office to see if Madeline walked there, as she sometimes will after school, if Jenn is at work. Is that true? Because I thought that they said no, she never walked there. Jenn was informed Madeline wasn't there, so then she looked for Madeline in the area and did not see her. Jenn then called Madeline's best friend, Blank, to ask where Madeline was, but was informed Madeline did not come to school that day. Jenn reached Madeline's friends' teachers to see if anyone saw her and was informed she was absent the whole day. That's when she called 911. On a typical morning, Jenn will take Maddie to school no later than 8:50. Jenn and Stephan have been together on and off for 7 years. Thus, Stephan has taken Maddie in the past. That responsibility typically belongs to Jenn. Stephan has taken Maddie to school 1 or 2 times in the past and is familiar with how to do so. Stephan, when he takes Maddie to school, she asks that he does not drive her all the way to school. Like he's only done it 1 or 2 times. What are you talking about? But rather, Maddie prefers to be dropped off at a distance so she can walk up. This is because that Maddie thinks Stephan's vehicle, a silver 2010 Lincoln MKZ, is unattractive. Because of this, Stephan agrees to drop Maddie near a church, which is a 5-minute walk from the school. Maddie has no history of running away from home or leaving home when she's angry. Now listen to this. Jenn does not recall any arguments occurring, which may have caused Maddie to wish to run away. Sunday, February 25th, was Maddie's birthday party where she had a good time and expressed she was happy. Her friends say different, right? She was upset. So someone didn't give her money that usually gives her money. Her guests all didn't show up. People didn't show up that were going to show up. The last time Maddie was in trouble was weeks prior, but she doesn't remember the exact reason why. See, another liar. Another liar. If she hasn't been in trouble in weeks, you would remember why she was in trouble last time.
Because you're a liar.
It's just like Chris Proudfoot saying, I only spanked Sebastian with a belt once, but I don't remember what it was for. If you only do something that drastic once, you're going to remember why. Like if your kid's punished and they haven't been in trouble for a couple weeks, you're going to remember what they're in trouble for. When Jenn went through Madeline's phone, she found texts stating when she was 18, she was going to leave. That Blank was acting crazy and that Blank was going to send Blank to her father's home. Okay, so she found texts in Madeline's phone that said when she turned 18, she was leaving, that Jenn was acting crazy, and that Jenn was going to send Madeline to her father's home. This sounds just like Sebastian. What in the hell? Madeline's biological father, blank, and although the two communicate sometimes by phone, her dad lied too. The two communicate sometimes by phone. Shame on these people. Wow, Robin, really? Maddie's family GoFundMe raised $116K? Wow. The two communicate sometimes by phone. They do not frequently see each other, and he is not very involved in her life. The truth comes out.
Bing bang.
Shame on them. Oh, Tracy V, it's nice to see you. Oh, no worries on your membership. It's good to see you. I'm glad you're okay. Madeline is diagnosed with ADHD and is known for forgetting things. On the morning of February 26th, she did not have her phone with her as she forgot it at home. Despite this, Madeline functions at the level of a normal 13-year-old child. Madeline has not complained about anything at school, but Madeline is aware that she is always behind on her schoolwork. Madeline does not currently have a boyfriend. However, blank was informed by Stephan. Jenn was informed by Stephan that she has a crush on a boy in her class named blank. Could Stephan have threatened this kid? And that's why he didn't talk to Maddie? Wow. No, we don't know if she was alienated, but she had a phone, Amber. She had a phone. I don't know. I mean, if he couldn't talk to her, maybe he should have figured out why. Who's the adult in this situation? Who's the adult? No one can make you not talk to your kid. I can't. That's on him. The fact that he didn't have a relationship with his daughter is on him. If you want to have a relationship with your child, you fight for that. There's no, oh, Jenn kept him away. No way. Don't let anybody off the hook. These adults are not let off the hook. It's just like Seth. Oh, don't talk about Seth. It's like, come on, man. Are we for the victim or not? I think he got jealous. Yeah, Maddie's grandmother kicked his ass out. He probably wasn't supposed to be there. No one fought for Maddie. And then the father and his wife show up and they're like, oh, I wish she would have talked to me. Posting pictures and stuff. And now we're hearing there was little to no relationship there. No wonder it took her dad so long to come out. I'm tired of it too. Quit letting these parents off the hook. That's why bad things are happening to kids. Because we let them off the hook. Dads, you're needed. Moms, you're needed. He lived in a different state. He didn't even live in Florida. How is that on Jenn? Jenn was in the same fucking spot she's always been. He's the one that moved away. He's the one that moved away. She didn't move Maddie away from him. Yep, exactly, Granny. His photos were all older, like Seth's. You know why? Because he was probably in Florida and then moved. He didn't even know who was around his daughter. For years, the three of them were sleeping in a bed together and her dad didn't even know. And he went on and made a whole new life. Yep. This is what's wrong. This is why these kids are getting hurt. We definitely can't treat the dad with kid gloves. No, was Maddie treated with kid gloves when all the dad had to do was his fucking job? If the dad was doing his job, would this have happened? Maybe, maybe not. And I don't appreciate dads coming out of the woodwork when their kids end up dead and SA'd, acting like they're good people and trying to dupe us. Own your shit. None of these people want to own their shit, just like Tony and his peen. Own it. You show it, own it. No more excuses. Zero tolerance when it comes to children. This isn't a one-time deal. This isn't mom had him over one time and something happened. This was years and years and years and years of abuse. And no one did a damn thing. Mom said, hey, go upstairs. I don't want to deal with this. I don't want to hear it. Her in her denial. They showed her a picture of her daughter that she gave birth to with her boyfriend's private in her mouth. And she stated she didn't recognize anything in the photo. That is a level of denial that literally makes me want to throw up. Like, it makes my stomach turn. You heard it right there. The cops put it in her face. What was going on in bedroom number 4? And she said, I don't even recognize any of that. Are you fucking kidding me? Show me a picture of it. Then she says, I don't know who those people are. It's your kid. And you know that distinctive birthmark on her face, the mole, the beauty mark that her boyfriend called it? Don't tell me you don't recognize a beauty mark. I don't know who those people are. And then she admitted it. You're right, Annie. Because then she admitted it. She couldn't deny the linens. She couldn't deny the linens, but she denied her daughter's face. She couldn't admit recognizing any of it. But undead ramen, how many years had that gone on? How many years has she put her head in the sand, so to speak, and said, I don't know what, and they're not doing anything. As long as I send them up to bedroom number 4. As long as they're up in bedroom number 4 and I don't have to hear it, it's not going on. How dare her? Silence, thank you for being a member. Wow, 11 months, thank you. As long as I don't see it or hear it, go up to room number 4 so I can get some sleep. Did she think her daughter enjoyed this? Wow, wow. Jenn does not feel that Madeline would run away and expresses she believes that Madeline was involuntarily taken. Jenn was aware of security footage in the area of where Madeline was dropped off. Jenn stated it's not abnormal for her to sit in the parking lot, and she swore to the truth of the statement she provided. And then a second interview was conducted with Jenn for the purpose of clarifying information that was collected during the course of the day. Thank you, Casey, for being a member for 14 months. Wow. I appreciate you as well. So listen to this shit. I completed a second interview to clarify some things. I presented Jenn a still photograph from the video, which was captured by the camera of the church at Peace Church, and asked her if she was able to recognize the car or Madeline. She stated she didn't recognize the vehicle. However, the individual may have been Madeline, as the individual does appear to be wearing a light-colored top and dark bottoms. However, no further identifying features were seen. Jenn also reaffirmed her account of earlier events. Blank and blank used to go hiking. Oh my God. Oh my God, guys. Oh my God. What is this? Jenn? Who used to go hiking? Jenn and Madeline? Jenn and Madeline used to go hiking in the St. Cloud area. However, she has not mentioned wanting to live in the woods in the past, as was seen in a text message on her phone. Oh, Henry and James, they've lived here forever. They play with the kids. They fish with the kids. Remember Santa's neighbor? Remember Santa's in St. Cloud? Here we are. Another reference to St. Cloud. She was dumped in St. Cloud. Did Stephan think that maybe Santa and Henry would be accused of Madeline's disappearance? Did he think if he dumped her near Santa's house that they would be accused, since they were already getting searched for SA? Oh my God. Wow. Too many references to St. Cloud. Too many references to St. Cloud. Oh, man. Okay. Where do you go hiking in St. Cloud?
Bing bang.
Were they really hiking? Jenn, can you see Jenn and Madeline hiking? This is a woman who slept three of them in the family bed, in her bed. You think she's going to take her daughter hiking in St. Cloud, where Santa lives?
Kelsey has just donated
Kels, thank you for
$5.
using J4J411.live and sending me a tip. I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Coming in hot, just like the fajita.
However, she has not mentioned wanting to live in the woods since. Okay, this comment may have stemmed from Madeline talking to Blank about the possibility of World War III with the current situation in the Middle East in the weeks prior to this incident. Jenn also reaffirmed that Stephan was, in fact, not home when she woke up at 9 o'clock on February 26th. Jenn called Stephan multiple times. Okay, so she did call. Remember, I was questioning that. And Stephan returned her call at 10 and informed her he accidentally left his phone at home. Jenn returned home at 11:15, and Stephan was home as well. I offered Jenn a courtesy ride from the hotel that she and Stephan were staying at the Central Operations Building, or to the Operations Building. She accepted the offer, and I transported her in my agency-issued vehicle in the passenger seat. During the transport, Jenn and I had a brief conversation. While speaking, I noticed that Jenn referred to Madeline using past tense several times. This is on the 28th at 3:02. The 28th at 3:02, She's saying past tense. I inquired about whether or not it was normal to allow Madeline and Stephan to sleep in the same room unsupervised. Jenn replied this was not common practice. However, she did not have any suspicion that anything inappropriate would occur between the two. Jenn used to be very hyper vigilant around Stephan. However, as the years have gone by, she has allowed Madeline and him to sleep alone because they get along very well. She was hyper vigilant. She was hyper vigilant as shit was going on in at least 2019, according to law enforcement. Now here's Stephan's. Okay, this is Stephan's rendition. Stephan lives in the home with Maddie and Jenn. However, he splits his time, so he didn't say he was booted out. He didn't want them to know he was booted out. He splits his time between this home and the home of his parents in Northport. Stephan states he splits his time due to his parents needing help with their daily care, due to being elderly. Lies. Lies. Stephan arrived at his home, at the home this time on Saturday, February 24th or Sunday, 25th. Look, he said the same thing Jenn did. Oh, I don't remember if it was Saturday night or Sunday morning. Stephan stated the last time he saw Madeline was on the morning of February 26th between 8:25 and 8:40, dropping her off from school. Okay, so then we go down after he dropped her off. He saw her walking in the direction of the school. Then we have the whole fucking story of Stephan. And it says here, Stephan could not recall any events over the weekend which may have encouraged Madeline to run away because she was so happy. Madeline was specifically very happy that she, Jenn, and Stephan were together again. It's the exact opposite of that. On the night of Sunday, February 25th, Madeline was still very excited from her birthday party. Madeline slept in the guest bedroom upstairs with Stephan at approximately 2300 hours, which is 11 p.m. when Mom told them to go to bed, and they did. What is going on with these two cases, like syncing together? It's weird. Stephan and Madeline woke up in the morning at approximately 7 o'clock. Stephan saw Madeline in her room as she was getting ready to leave. That must be the roommate. Stephan saw blank in her bedroom as he was getting ready to leave, or maybe that was Jenn. This is confusing. Stephan and Madeline left the home between 7:30 and 7:45. So he's saying, I saw Jenn in the bedroom. And then he's saying him and Madeline left between 7:30 and 7:45. When Stephan and Madeline arrived at the drop-off location, Stephan asked Madeline if she wanted him to wait there with her due to how early they arrived. She said she didn't and wished to walk with her friends. Stephan could not recall any arguments between Madeline and the family or any troubles she's been in recently. Although Madeline can become agitated due to her hormones at times. Fuck this dude. Are you? Madeline is diagnosed with ADHD and tends to be very forgetful. On the morning of this incident, Madeline forgot her phone at home in her bedroom, which is not uncommon. Stephan swore the statements he provided in this interview were true. And then they did a follow-up. While in the home later of the day, I spoke to Stephan again. I asked Stephan which stores he went to when he was out. Which stores he went to when he was out completing errands before he suffered a flat tire between 12 and 2. Stephan stated he went to a Target, and then he talked about the game shops. He said he was only in Kissimmee. And then here is the maternal grandmother. Damn, dude, there's still... That's... Oh, my God. Fuck, there's still that. I can't quit now, though. My camera just completely took a dump, fell over. I don't remember what fucking page I was on now. Anyways, let me find it. Here it is. Let's see. Okay, so the grandmother, here's the grandmother's account. They talked to her that same day, the 27th. And this was at 1:12 p.m. Blank identified herself as Madeline's maternal grandmother. Last time she saw Madeline was the night of February 25th at her home in blank, where Maddie's birthday party was held. It was not uncommon for Maddie to sometimes walk from blank to the office. Okay, so that is true. On February 26th, blank called blank and asked if blank walked to her office because she was not currently at school. Jenn stated that Madeline was taken to school by Stephan, whom she knows as Jenn's ex-boyfriend. Grandma believes Jenn and Stephan broke up in December when he moved out of the home. Stephan possibly came to the home for Madeline's birthday. Stephan has taken Madeline to school in the past and stated he dropped her off at a nearby apartment complex named Urbana. Maddie's never run away from home. A year ago, there was an incident where Maddie was upset due to having an argument with her mother, and she called Grandma. At that time, blank explained she was walking around the neighborhood due to being angry. However, she soon went back home after being told to do so by Grandma. So Maddie walked out of the house and called her Grandma. Think of Sebastian doing that, walking out of the house, but not having anyone to fucking call. Though Grandma did not have any articulable concerns for Stephan, I can't say that word, but specific. She didn't have any specific concerns for Stephan or Jenn, but stated she does not like Stephan. And then the roommate. She and her 15-year-old son have a room in the home. Oh my God.
In the name of Jesus, Father God, Lord.
I'm shook. Blank identified herself as Jenn's roommate. She and her 15-year-old son have a room in the home. Blank last saw Madeline on the afternoon of Sunday, February 25th at approximately 12:30. Blank did not see Madeline return to the home because she was already in bed by 20:45. Further, Blank did not see Madeline leaving as she always leaves by 7:45.
What?
This keeps getting worse. Stephan was staying in the home for approximately 6 months. However, he moved out of the home 3 to 4 months prior. Stephan and Jenn broke up, but still agreed to live with one another until he left. Stephan and Jenn have been together for 5 or 6 years. Blank did not see Stephan at all until the afternoon of Monday, February 26th, and does not believe he arrived at the home until the night of February 25th. So the roommate is saying, oh, he wasn't there Saturday night or Sunday morning, even though Jenn and Stephan said he was. This roommate saying, no, he wasn't there till that night. Where were you on Saturday night, roomie? Who are these people? Bridget, I can't even, I don't even know how I'm even, I'm saying this. I don't even know how I'm comprehending any of this right now. It's really hard. And listen to this bitch. Blank did not share any concerns about activities in the home. However, she did share that Madeline sometimes has trouble, or maybe Jenn has trouble regulating her emotions. Then we have a science teacher. She's familiar with Madeline. She's had her for 6 months. She said she's quiet, reserved, and often loses focus. She frequently says she's not feeling well and has to go to the school nurse. Another red flag. Madeline started the year in Blank's 3rd period science, but was recently moved into 6th period because of issues in another class she was having. Although Madeline's grades have always been D's and F's, since moving into the new period at the beginning of the year, she has only turned in 1 or 2 assignments. These motherfuckers.
God almighty.
Hate you, I hate you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck
Directly
you.
off.
Excuse my profanities. This is disgusting. Although Madeline is frequently withdrawn and quiet, another red flag. Madeline never attributed any of her behavior to being sad or depressed, but rather explained it is something of students who struggle with learning to be slightly withdrawn. Come on. She's a 13-year-old girl. There's red flags all over that behavior. That's not typical. Why does everyone keep failing these children? Everyone that crosses their paths. Jessen, I'm with you. Same here. Same here. Peachy, thank you for being here. I know we needed Scott. He would get too mad reading this. He'd be on a rampage, I think. On January 22nd, 2024, Blank noticed that Madeline had been more tired since moving into her 6th period class. So she sent a message to Blank to notify her, which is her mom. Blank responded that day and said Maddie didn't take her medication, and that was the reason for the behavior. However, the teacher noted the tiredness extended beyond just that day. Okay, see something, say something. These things all add up. Lots of red flags. They should have a checklist. Give it to these numbskull teachers. If your students fit these, categories for an X amount of time, there might be something wrong. Madeline has never made any suicidal comments or threatened other students. Okay, like we all would do that in front of our fucking teachers anyways. Here's the math teacher. She's very quiet. Frequently has to be reminded to pay attention. Loses focus. Normally very reserved and receptive to redirection. In the week prior to going missing, she appeared more easily agitated, retorting with a negative attitude when she had to be redirected. There's a change. In the past, she's expressed that she is upset
Thank you for caring
and is
so
asked
much,
to be excused to see the school counselor. However, she never revealed what she was upset about. Okay, this is a problem. Maybe the school counselors need to have meetings. Thank you so much, Auntie Cheryl, for donating $5 through J4J411.live. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. The 411.live goes straight to me, guys. It bypasses YouTube. So that's why I like when people use that. It screws YouTube out of that 40%. But don't you think that the school counselor should be meeting with the teachers that see them every day and saying, hey, these are some concerns? Because these teachers are like, oh, we don't know why she's going to the counselor. Maybe you should fucking find out. Because we give our kids to you during the day. We hand our kids over to these motherfuckers during the day. Oh, I don't know why she saw the counselor. She'd frequently be upset, but I don't know why. There is some serious training that needs to be done for these people. Because not everybody follows true crime and sees this day in and day out like we do. I mean, give these numbskulls a checklist. How do we ingrain it in their brains? How do we set up where counselors are communicating with students or with parents, or rather teachers? Sorry. I mean, think about Ethan Crumbly. They failed there too. How can we keep tabs on them if it's confidentiality issue? This is why I would not, if I had kids right here, day and age, I would not hand them over to anybody in the public schools. I don't think I could do it after everything I've seen and heard. I know some people can't financially do it. It's fucking hard. It's awful. But don't forget, Santa's son worked in the foster system here in Florida. And he adopted a son in the foster system. Henry, you know, the one that shot himself in the head when the feds came and raided his house in St. Cloud? Santa's son. Mm-hmm. Well, something needs to be done about that. They should be able to at least inform the teachers of something. They should be able to communicate with the counselors about their children that they see every day. I mean, teachers are the eyes and ears of these kids during the day when they're out of whatever situation they're out of at home. There are a lot of resources for people now to homeschool. Yeah. People, I just can't. Okay, Madeline did not describe to the teacher as sad as depressed, and never made any suicidal statements. While completing interviews and after interviewing, we've got a few more pages to go. It says here that Jenn originally provided to Deputy Joseph she last saw Madeline on the morning of February 26th, getting ready for school at 8. In my interview with her, she stated she last saw her on February 25th at 11 p.m. and only possibly heard her the next morning. Stephan stated he returned home at 10 o'clock on February 26th and spent time with Jenn, who was waking up at the time. Jenn provided a different account, stating she was already out of the home by 9:30 and was called by Stephan at 10. Stephan provided he dropped Madeline off near a residential community. However, a review of cameras did not show that. License plate readers showed him in areas where he described, not where he described where he was. I'm just summing this up. And it was determined there were suspicious circumstances. It took all that to get to suspicious circumstances. Can you fucking believe it? And this is just more incident reports, redacted. And this is the same frickin' narrative. And then we have Maddie's math books, which they said were not evidence, but they were just keeping them for safekeeping. Right here. Math books submitted into evidence for safekeeping. They have no evidentiary value. Then they also have a white t-shirt. And they found that near Isla Mirada Drive and Tarragona Drive, they located a clothing article as described as a white t-shirt. They got footage from a stealth camera. And then the footage shows people walking and deer activating the camera. And then we have a search warrant again with the same information. And I think we're done. We got through it all. Holy hell. We got through it all, guys. Thank you for sticking it out. I want to play this last video and show you guys this nonsense. Of the man with the smoothies, and then we're going to wrap this fricker up. Thank you so much for being here all day. I've never done this. I can't even believe it turned into this, but it's so sick, you guys. I don't want to like revisit it. But you can watch this whole video on Law and Crime. But here is I'm going to skip through and show you guys some key points.
Of spiking smoothies for his daughter's friends at a sleepover admits to the crime. And now he's learned his punishment. I have the details from Michael Maiden's sentencing. Thanks for joining me for Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. Michael Maiden is going to prison for spiking mango smoothies that he gave to his daughter's friends. But his sentence isn't long enough for the girls he's now admitting to victimizing. Maiden was an architect living in a $1 million house in Lake Oswego last summer when he hosted a sleepover for his daughter and her friends. The girls were 12 years old last August when they were invited to Maiden's home for the sleepover with his daughter. The girls described Mr. Maiden to be very involved with their activities during the sleepover. Mr. Maiden had taken them to get their nails done, pick up a pizza for dinner, and directed their activities. The girls explained that Mr. Maiden was constantly checking in on them and interjecting himself into their conversations. The girls stated they played in the sprinklers, went into the hot tub, took showers, and got ready for bed at Mr. Maiden's direction. The girls stated they spent the majority of their time in the basement where they were doing a, quote, spa night, watching movies while they did facials. Now, this is all according to an affidavit for a search warrant for Maiden's home. The girls told detectives that sometime between 9 p.m. and 11 p.m. last August 25th, Maiden made them the mango smoothies in milkshake-style glasses before they were told to go to bed. The smoothie's consistency was described as having a thinner liquid with bubbles in it. Mr. Maiden specifically gave each of the girls specific colored reusable straws to distinguish their own drink. Mr. Maiden was adamant that the girls drink out of their own cups.
Look at him. This is him at his sentencing after he took a damn plea deal. VB, are you trying to use the 411.live? Can someone help her with that? One of the moderators? You're welcome, guys. Thank you for being here. I'm going to give you guys a huge round of applause for sticking it out. It was a lot.
Amy has just donated $25.
Yeah, straight predator.
Thank
yeah,
you,
he's
Jay.
sick.
The girls told detectives that Maiden insisted they go to bed around midnight, and two of the girls went to sleep on a pull-out couch in the basement. The girls' names are redacted or blacked out in the search warrant affidavit, but it says one girl stated she and another girl were cuddling on the pull-out couch. She explained she and the other girl were laying the same direction and her arm was over her body. She stated at some point that Mr. Maiden came downstairs and pretended to be asleep. She stated he removed her arm from the other girl's body by moving the girl's body further toward the opposite side of the bed. This concerned the girl so much, so she rolled over her friend and placed her arm on her friend and remained awake in fear that Mr. Maiden was going to do something to her friend. The girl stated Mr. Maiden went upstairs. She stated that she remained awake, and sometime after, Maiden returned downstairs to check on them again. Now, I told you when we covered this in the past that Maiden then returned to the basement, and the girl who
Yeah, the girl, listen to this part. This is the girl who stayed awake.
was awake said that she pretended to be asleep. The girl said she saw Mr. Maiden in the dim light place his finger underneath her nose as if to see if she was soundly asleep. He then waved his hand in front of her face. She stated that she pretended to be asleep, and shortly after, he walked toward the sliding glass door and went outside into the backyard. The girl who was awake is the hero in this story because she trusted her gut and called for help. The girl texted her mom at 1:43 a.m., "Mom, please pick me up and say I had a family emergency. I don't feel safe. I might not respond, but please come get me. Please, please pick up. Please, please."
Isn't that scary? Because how many of us, don't have our ringtones on at night or something, or have the phone in sleep mode? Thank God the family friend picked up the phone.
The girl's mother didn't respond, so the girl texted a family friend who came to get her. The girl's parents went to Maiden's home to get the two other girls around 3 a.m. The search warrant affidavit quoted Maiden as telling the girl's mother, "I don't understand," when she knocked on the door, and that he told her to come back in the morning because the girls were sleeping. The girl's mother told Maiden she was taking the girls with her, and she awoke them in the basement and took them with her. The girls were taken to a children's hospital where they tested positive for benzodiazepines. Those are a group of depressant drugs used to treat anxiety, depression, and seizures. Since Maiden was charged, court records showed his wife filed for divorce, and he was living in a camper in Vancouver, Washington.
So he's living in a camper in another state. This happened in Oregon, and he's staying in freaking Washington. He was a damn architect living in $1 million home, and then he decided to give his daughter and her friends some Xanax in a smoothie.
Also tried to take his own life. But now in a hearing this week, Maiden pleaded guilty to felony charges of causing another person to ingest a controlled substance. Maiden was sentenced to 24 months in prison and 3 years probation after his release. The victims in the case...
24 months in prison. That's all he got. 24 months and 3 years probo.
...are furious. They don't think it's enough time. One of the girls said, "I trusted him because he was my best friend's dad. He abused that trust." Another girl was quoted as telling Maiden and the judge, "I am disgusted by the look of your face and your actions and all that you have done. You are horrible, and I will always hate you for what you have done."
Those girls did not get justice because this guy is not going to change. We know they don't change. And he'll never serve those 2 years. He'll never serve them all.
A third girl told Maiden, "My life has become a living hell because of you and your actions." She also called him a monster. A report in the Lake Oswego Review quoted Maiden as denying he had any nefarious intentions or that he planned to do something sexual to the girls. "As parents, we all fail, but I failed in the most spectacular way possible. It was my fault, and it was also bad judgment."
Bad judgment. He still didn't even admit what he did. This guy is not going to change. This guy is not going to change. As parents, we all fail, but I failed in the most spectacular way possible. Who uses the word spectacular when describing this? It was my fault, and it was bad judgment. There's no justice. He didn't have to face what he did. He took a plea bargain. Yeah, right. Would one of them had to have gone missing or overdose and die? Horrible. Completely calculated. Groomed. Yep, he was an architect. First time. Have we not learned that these guys just keep on violating?
Maiden is also quoted as saying, "I wanted it to be a big kickoff event that everyone would brag about. People want to assume the worst. I never thought of that." The website reported Maiden said,
"People want to assume the worst?" Is he kidding anyone?
It's John Wayne Bobbitt's penis.
"Want to make it up to you. I know sorry doesn't cover this at all.
I want to make it up to you? Is this for real? I can't even believe what I'm hearing.
Directly off.
Don't know what to do. The Clackamas County District Attorney's Office declined my request for an interview, but I was given a statement from DA John Wentworth
Here's
that
the
says
shameful
Mr. Maiden's
DA.
actions are inexcusable and reckless and require a punishment commensurate with the crime. The impact this event has had on the child victims, their families, and our community has been enormous."
Really, Mr. DA? That's commiserating with the crime? Commensurating with the crime? Is it? No. These were minors. And he wasn't even charged with a crime against a minor. He was just charged with giving someone an illicit substance.
Like, what the fuck is this? And everybody's like, what the fuck is this?
This is another law and crime legal alert. Have you experienced severe gastro in cases like this one? He's Chris Hansen. He's the host of Takedown with Chris Hansen, also the co-founder. 54-month prison sentence instead. Michael Maiden gets 24 months. Your thoughts?
Well, I would be outraged too if I were a parent. I mean, look at the facts of this case, Anjanette. You had a guy who drugged young girls at a sleepover and now says that the only reason he did it was to calm them down so they could sleep and have energy the next day. I don't buy it.
Yeah.
This pattern of behavior.
Just like Maddie needed sleep medicine, right? Just like Maddie needed sleep medicine, right?
Is consistent with somebody who is not up to any good. And you have to wonder what would have happened had, some of these girls reported to their parents that they didn't feel right, there was something wrong, they didn't get the kids out of there. The whole thing is suspicious to me. I mean, why do you do that? It doesn't make sense. If you're that concerned about girls staying up late, you don't have the sleep. And so it appears that he's come up with an excuse that somehow,
Where was his wife? Where in the Sam hell was the mother? While this dude's taking them to get their nails done and in the hot tub and shit. Where'd he send the wife? And why wasn't she tucking the girls in, making sure they had everything they needed? This is weird.
Flew with the prosecutors who accepted this deal. Now he's going to be punished, but boy, it seems like he's getting off easy.
I'm stunned that prosecutors who deal with crime on a daily basis, I'm assuming that they deal with serious crimes on a daily basis, bought this excuse. I mean, if you call the girls' parents, if you are saying, hey, I'm worried that the girls aren't going to get a good enough night's sleep, maybe I give them a melatonin. The guy put a controlled substance.
You don't give anybody's kid anything, not even a fucking melatonin. You don't give anybody's kid any type of tablets. None. It doesn't matter. You don't give anybody. And those were children that weren't even his. He not only, what?
In smoothies. And
No, she filed for divorce after this. She filed for divorce after this happened.
Tell the girls and insisted they drink the whole thing. So how are these prosecutors coming up in their heads with, oh, we couldn't find any nefarious, like there wasn't nefarious intent or sexual intent or something?
Thank God there was no nefarious act. We won't know the intent because that lies inside the mind of this man.
Yes, it should have definitely been intent. This is ridiculous.
But Chris, these prosecutors think there wasn't any sexual intent. I mean, I don't know where they're getting that.
I mean, I don't buy it, and again, I look at the world sometimes in a very dark way because of these predator investigations. I mean, we had a guy show up in a sting just last week who was on the sexual offender registry who had done 7 years in prison for being busted in 2002 for having sex with his girlfriend's 13-year-old daughter.
Oh my God. 2002, same as Maddie, 13, showed up at a sting. And he was on the list.
And now he's in my sting house to meet a teenage girl who, in this scenario, was being, sold by her aunt.
Sold by her aunt?
Sex. And the transcripts were there. He comes in, he sits down. I knew the background. We knew he was a registered sex offender when he walked in. But, some of these guys just never will learn. And again, maybe the prosecutors, I don't have every single, insight into this case. Maybe the prosecutors didn't feel that they could prove charges above and beyond what they were able to get him to plead guilty to. But
he touched that girl that was not his daughter after drugging them.
The whole thing is just so dark, so disturbing, and so potentially predatory that it cries out for more severe punishment.
The girls, one of the girls' mothers did not buy it either. And she said that, there was an area of the house where there were some sex toys found, which
There was an area of the house. What area? What area? What?
You know, I mean, that happens. People have those things in their houses. But obviously,
but when you're drugging your daughter and her friends, the sex toys take on a different meaning, right? Let's investigate these sex toys and where they're kept and where they are. What?
The girl's parents don't believe that he didn't have an intent that wasn't of a sexual nature. Now, we don't know because we don't know this
Right,
guy.
exactly.
But what
And
we
again,
do know is that he put benzos in their smoothies, and then he's going down and putting fingers under noses to see that they're asleep and checking to see that they're asleep. And he's doing it 2 or 3 times, and he's freaking the one girl out enough that, thank God, she calls the neighbor for help or a family friend for help after she can't reach her parents, and they scoop up the girls and they get the girls out of there. I get that he doesn't have a criminal history, but how many cases, Chris, do you and I cover where the person gets caught and it's their first time getting caught?
Exactly.
I mean, to me, the way this plays out, it was like he was having his little fantasy. He had these young girls over there. He's got his plan, whatever it is. He gives them these smoothies, which are drugged, they're laced, and then checks to make sure that they're sufficiently asleep to do what? I mean, what do you think he had up his sleeve? What do you think his intent was? It was nothing good.
Exactly.
I mean, just drugging anybody without their permission is
because he had money to pay for an attorney to say he had no bad intent. He just gave it to him so they'd go to sleep, so they'd calm down. Unbelievable.
Horrible thing to do. That in itself is predator-like and deserves a prison sentence, severe punishment. And then you add on to it what could have happened had one of the girls not been alert enough and concerned enough to call for help.
The DA, would not grant our request for an interview. He basically said that, they could not. This is inexcusable and reckless behavior. It required punishment commensurate with the crime. The impact this event has had on the child victims, their family, and our community has been enormous. Sleepovers. I'm not a big fan of sleepovers anyway, but I think that this is a lesson to all parents to ensure that when you let your kids go sleep over at somebody's house, that you know them very well. That you trust them implicitly and you have a better relationship with them than just, oh, it's my daughter's friend from school. I think this is Exhibit A because
I'm not thrilled with sleepovers either.
This is a guy who was successful in his field, $1 million house, looks great on the outside, but you go into that nice looking house that looks picture perfect on the outside, you never know what is going on behind closed doors.
Yep, and I'm going to leave that one there because same goes for Sebastian's case. The same goes for the Ferreter case. They had beautiful homes on the outside, but bad shit's going on. And there is the link to that video if you guys want to continue to watch it. We are going to wrap this up. The finger under the noses was to see if they were asleep. So if someone puts their finger under your nose, right, you're going to be like, whoa, like if you're awake, you're not, he didn't think she could stay still. I think that's what it's about, Kalina. Well, thank you guys, everyone. It's been a long day. I am hoping we could still do our members only tonight. I don't know. It's been so long. This happened on Tuesday. I hate to put y'all off again. But it's been a lot. I don't know if I can do any more screen time tonight. Would you guys be super, super mad if we waited? If we waited and did our members only either Friday or Saturday? I hope you guys don't mind. I just wanted to get through that Stephan Sterns. Hey, Terry Lynn, what's up? They do, Potato. They come from all walks of life. To check for life, to see if they're still breathing? I mean, how much did he give them? Ooh, that's dangerous. Because I guess their levels were high, but we never got to get their exact levels from when they went to the hospital. I know, his poor daughter. Ugh, sickening. Thank you, One-Eyed Flo. I just got permission from my Aunt Flo to take the night off. Oh, thank you, Potato. Look at Potato, 29 months. Thank you so much, Jay, for giving your day to read these docs. Please take a break and do something for yourself. Thank you. Thank you, Granny. You kept me busy a time or two yourself. Same goes for you, Terry Lynn. Thanks, Terry Lynn. I'll make it up for you guys. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. We're going to roll our credits, and I will see you guys tomorrow for Friday Live. Let's go back to our live screen. Where are we on our goals? Look at, guys, we are almost to our super chat goal. We met our tip goal. Thank you so much. So we are almost there. Maybe tomorrow we will get there and be able to spin the wheel. Until then,
Cheapers.
I'll see you guys later. Big applause to you guys. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this live stream or video, make sure to give it a thumbs up and hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on my latest content. Want to take it a step further?
Bring it all in.
And join our community clickers by becoming a Patreon or a YouTube member. You'll get exclusive access to our Discord server, special channel perks, and much more. Until then, I'll see you in the next one.
Click, 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 click. It's real easy, man.
I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I've heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a another one bites the dust.
Wake up.
Just a freaking home with painted flowers on the side of the house.
So there's a lot of butt joints we have to cover, and I'm like, Dudley, let's do butt joints together because I don't want to have to do them all by myself.
Staying up late, sleeping all day, dreaming about Cadillacs. Buying new shoes, hanging by the pool.
Cocaine.
One Jennifer or two Jennifer?
Thanks so much, Jennifer.
Jennifer loves horses. Bye, Jennifer. Why were you telling her not to fuck herself?